The air at Lake Osley tasted like rusted pennies and wet cedar. It was the kind of cold that didn't just sit on your skin. It felt like it was trying to get inside your bones to see what they were made of. I stepped out of the truck, and the silence of the valley hit me like a physical weight. It wasn't the absence of sound, but a heavy, deliberate hush, as if the forest were holding its breath, waiting for me to make a mistake. The cabin sat 50 yards from the shoreline, a graying structure of salt-beaten wood that seemed to lean away from the water. Elas was already at the tailgate, unhooking the bungee cords. He didn't look at me. He hadn't looked at me since we crossed the county line. He just stared at the dirt, his jaw tight. "Do you smell that?" I asked. My voice sounded thin, swallowed instantly by the pines. Elas paused, a plastic cooler gripped in his hands. He sniffed the air, a quick robotic twitch of his nose. Pine, mud, just like stuff Marcus. "No," I said, rubbing the back of my neck. "It's metallic, like a car battery leaked out here." He didn't respond. He just hoisted the cooler and began the long walk toward the porch. I watched him go, noticing how his boots didn't seem to crunch the gravel as loudly as mine did. I looked toward the lake. The water was a flat, oily black, reflecting the sky with such perfect clarity that it was hard to tell where the horizon ended and the depths began. There were no ripples, no bugs skimming the surface, just a vast, dark mirror that looked solid enough to walk on. I grabbed my pack and followed him. As I stepped onto the porch, the third plank from the door groaned, a low, melodic sound that ended in a sharp click. I stopped. I waited for the sound to fade, but it lingered in my inner ear, a rhythmic humming that matched my pulse. Inside, the cabin smelled of mothballs and old paper. The furniture was draped in yellowed sheets, making the living room look like a gathering of faceless ghosts. I went to the window to check the latch. It was locked, but the glass felt vibratingly cold. "We should get the fire started before it gets dark," Elas said from the kitchen. He was standing perfectly still, staring at a calendar on the wall from 1994. "I'll get the wood," I said. I went back outside. The sun was dipping behind the ridge, casting long, distorted shadows across the clearing. I walked toward the woodpile near the tree line. The metallic taste in my mouth grew stronger. My teeth felt fuzzy. I leaned down to grab a log of split oak. "Marcus." The voice was faint, no louder than a dry leaf skittering across pavement. It came from the direction of the water. It wasn't a shout. It was a sigh that happened to have my name inside of it. I froze, my hand stayed clamped on the wood. I didn't turn around immediately. I listened. The woods remained silent. No birds, no wind, just that heavy, pressurized hush. "Elas," I called out, my voice cracking. No answer from the cabin. I turned slowly. The lake was still. The reflection of the trees looked like long, skeletal fingers reaching toward the center of the water. There was no one on the shore. There were no boats. "Marcus." There it was again. This time it was clearer. It sounded exactly like my mother, but she had been dead for 6 years. It carried the specific lilt she used when she was calling me for dinner, a rising inflection on the second syllable. But it wasn't coming from a person. It was coming from the air itself, bouncing off the surface of the water like a skipped stone. I dropped the wood. It hit the ground with a dull thud that felt muffled, as if the earth were made of cotton. I backed away, my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic, uneven rhythm. I didn't run. I moved with clinical slowness, keeping my eyes on the black water. When I reached the porch, I didn't go inside. I stood there, watching the far bank. The shadows were lengthening, stretching across the lake until they touched the dock. Elias, did you call me? I asked through the screen door. Elias appeared in the shadows of the kitchen. He was holding a glass of water, but he wasn't drinking. He was just looking at the glass. I didn't say anything. I heard my name from the lake. Elias looked up then. His eyes were wide, the whites showing all the way around the irises. He looked like he was trying to remember a word that had been erased from his mind. The acoustics are weird here, Marcus. It's the valley. Echoes, probably a loon. It wasn't a loon, I said, my voice flat. It was her. Elias didn't ask who her was. He just turned back to the kitchen and set the glass down. It made a sharp clack on the counter. Get the wood. It's getting dark. I went back to the woodpile, but I didn't take my eyes off the water. The sun was gone now. The sky was a bruised purple. As I reached for the oak again, I noticed something in the mud near the shore, a set of footprints. They started at the water's edge and led toward the cabin. They were small, like a child S, but the stride was impossibly long, 4 feet between each print, and they didn't sink into the mud. They looked pressed into it, as if the weight that made them had been immense. I grabbed the wood and bolted for the door. That night, the temperature dropped 40 degrees in an hour. We huddled by the fireplace, but the heat didn't seem to travel more than 6 inches from the flames. The rest of the room remained a refrigerator. Elias sat in the armchair, staring at the fire. He hadn't spoken for 3 hours. Every time I tried to start a conversation, he just nodded or gave a one-word answer. He was vibrating, not shaking, but a fine, high-frequency tremor that made his silhouette look blurry. "You okay?" I asked. He didn't look at me. Do you hear that? I listened. At first there was nothing. Then a soft, rhythmic tapping began. It wasn't on the door. It wasn't on the window. It was coming from under the floorboards. Tap, 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 tap. "It's just the house settling," I said, though I didn't believe it. The tapping was too deliberate. It sounded like someone was underneath the cabin, testing the wood with a fingernail. "It's not the house," Elias whispered. His voice was a dry rasp. "It's the rhythm." "What rhythm?" "The name," he said. He stood up and walked to the window. He pulled back the heavy curtain just an inch. The moonlight was a cold, surgical silver, cutting a line across his face. "They're standing on the water," he said. I felt a surge of nausea. I stood up, my legs feeling like lead. I walked over to him and looked out. The lake was no longer black. It was glowing with a faint, bioluminescent pallor. And there, 100 yards out, were shapes. They weren't people. They were tall, thin verticalities, like strips of gray silk hanging in the air. They weren't moving. They were just there. And then the sound started. It wasn't just my name anymore. It was a chorus. 1,000 voices, all different pitches, all different ages, whispering at once. It sounded like a stadium full of people all trying to share a secret at the same time. "Marcus, Elias, Marcus, Elias." The voices weren't coming from the shapes. They were coming from the walls of the cabin. The wood was vibrating with the sound. I put my hand on the wall and felt the name Marcus thrumming through my palm. "Don't answer," Elias said. He wasn't looking at the lake anymore. He was looking at the door. The handle was turning, slowly, methodically. "It's locked," I whispered, my breath hitching in my throat. "It doesn't matter," Elias said. "They don't use the door." He was right. The sound of the turning handle stopped, and then I heard it, a wet, sliding sound. Something was moving across the roof. It sounded heavy, like a soaked carpet being dragged over the shingles. Then the whispering stopped. total silence returned to the valley. It was so quiet I could hear the oil burning in the lamp. Elias. The voice came from right outside the window. It wasn't my mother's voice. It was my voice. It was my exact tone, my exact cadence. It sounded like a recording of me, played back at half speed. Elias froze. His eyes rolled back slightly. "That's me," I whispered, horror dawning on me. "That's my voice." "Don't look," Elias said, but he was already moving toward the glass. He seemed pulled by an invisible wire. The thing outside the window tapped on the glass 3 times. Tap, 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 tap. I grabbed Elias by the shoulder, trying to pull him back, but he was solid as a stone monument. He pressed his forehead against the pane. "It looks like me," he whispered. "Marcus, it looks just like me, but its eyes are in its throat." I didn't look, I couldn't. I squeezed my eyes shut and pulled him with everything I had. We fell backward onto the floor, the chair toppling over with a crash. We lay there in the dark, the fire dying down to a dull orange glow. The scratching on the roof continued for hours, a rhythmic, patient sound. When morning finally broke, the temperature rose instantly. The metallic taste vanished, replaced by the scent of pine and damp earth. Everything looked normal. The lake was a beautiful, sparkling blue. The trees were just trees. Elias got up and started packing his bag. He didn't say a word. His movements were jerky, like a marionette being operated by an amateur. "We're leaving," I said. It wasn't a question. "We can't," he replied. He pointed to the kitchen table. Sitting in the center of the table was a pile of wet sand. It was shaped into a perfect anatomical model of a human heart, and as I watched, the sand began to pulse. "It's not a lake," Elias said, his voice devoid of emotion. "It's a mouth, and we're already on the tongue." I looked out the window one last time. The truck was gone. In its place was a circle of those small, long-strided footprints leading directly into the water. And as I stared at the lake, I saw my own reflection standing on the shore, even though I was still inside the cabin. My reflection waved at me. It didn't have a face, it just had a mouth, and it was forming my name. The chapter begins with the sensory anchor of the metallic battery acid scent that permeates the air around Lake Osley. Marcus and Elias arrive at the cabin, establishing the faded Americana aesthetic of the 1990s era interior. The micro-escalation occurs when Marcus hears his deceased mother's voice calling from the water, a sound that shouldn't exist. The dialogue is minimal, focusing on Elias' unnerving detachment. The attention tactic is the perceptual gaslight, where Elias initially denies hearing the voice, making Marcus question his own sanity. The chapter ends with the discovery of the impossible footprints leading from the water to the cabin, creating a physical threat that subverts the initial psychological unease. The sensory anchor is the high-frequency vibration Marcus feels when touching the cabin walls. The micro-escalation involves the lake glowing and the appearance of the verticalities, the tall, silk-like entities. The dialogue strategy shifts to empty breath, where Elias speaks in cryptic fragments. The attention tactic is a mystery question. Why does the entity outside sound exactly like Marcus? The world-building cues focus on the cabin as a liminal space, no longer a shelter but a trap. The stinger is the revelation of the heart of sand on the kitchen table, signaling that the horror has moved inside. The anchor is the smell of ozone and stagnant water inside the kitchen. The escalation involves the realization that their vehicle has vanished, replaced by more footprints. Marcus observes his own reflection acting independently on the shore. The dialogue ratio drops further as the characters begin to communicate through gestures. The attention tactic is the delayed reveal of what Elas saw through the window, the eyes in the throat. The stinger. Marcus realizes his reflection is walking toward the cabin door while he is trapped inside. The sensory anchor is a sudden, blinding taste of salt. The duo attempts to flee on foot, but the forest paths seem to loop back to the lake, a liminal space trap. The micro-escalation is the discovery of the static orchard, where the trees are covered in a fine gray hair that hums when touched. The attention tactic is a ticking clock. Marcus notices his fingernails are beginning to turn the same gray color as the entities. The stinger. They find a third set of footprints joining theirs, but there are only two of them. The anchor is the sound of a heavy, wet heartbeat emanating from the ground. They find an abandoned ranger station that looks like it has been underwater for decades, despite being on a hill. The escalation is Marcus finding a logbook with his own handwriting in it, dated 40 years ago. Minimalist dialogue focuses on the loss of identity. The attention tactic is perceptual gaslight as the sun refuses to move from the noon position. The stinger. Elas stops speaking and begins to hum the melody of the name call. The anchor is the sudden loss of all peripheral vision, leaving only a tunnel of sight. Marcus has to lead a catatonic Elas. The escalation. The Marcus from the lake is now visible in the tree line, mirroring Marcus's movements exactly. The world-building cue is the faded Americana of a rusted-out 1950s school bus filled with sand. The attention tactic is the mystery question. Is the thing in the woods the real Marcus? The stinger. Marcus touches his own face and feels wet sand instead of skin. The sensory anchor is the smell of old, wet wool. They take refuge in the bus, but the whispering returns, now coming from inside their own chests. The escalation. The voices start revealing secrets only Marcus knows. The dialogue is almost non-existent. The attention tactic is a ticking clock. The sand is filling the bus from the floorboards. The stinger. Elas turns around, and his face is a smooth, featureless surface of gray silk. The anchor is a drop in air pressure that makes their ears bleed. Marcus is alone now. The Elas thing has wandered into the lake. The escalation. The lake begins to drain, revealing not a bottom, but a massive, pulsating structure of bone and machinery. The world-building cues focus on the uncanny transition from nature to something industrial and organic. The attention tactic is the delayed reveal of the lake's true purpose, a name siphon. The stinger. Marcus hears his own voice coming from the bone structure, screaming for help. The anchor is the smell of formaldehyde. Marcus descends into the dry lake bed. The escalation. He finds thousands of sand hearts arranged in a grid. He finds one labeled with his name. The dialogue is a monologue to himself, trying to maintain his historical account narration. The attention tactic is perceptual gaslight. He can no longer remember his mother's face, only the sound of her calling his name. The stinger. He meets the Marcus from the shore, who is holding a mirror. The anchor is the absolute silence of a vacuum. The final escalation. The confrontation isn't physical, but a realization of replacement. The source of horror is revealed to be a sentient geographical anomaly that feeds on identity. The dialogue is a final, enigmatic exchange between the two Marcuses. The attention tactic is the mystery question, which one leaves the valley. The final stinger. The Marcus that drives away in the truck, which has reappeared, stops at a gas station, and when the attendant asks his name, he can't answer. He can only whistle the sound of the wind over the water. The sand heart didn't just pulse, it wheezed. Every time the grains shifted, a tiny puff of gray dust escaped the valves, smelling of sun-baked silt and something ancient, like the air trapped inside a sealed tomb. I stared at it, my fingers twitching with the urge to sweep it onto the floor, but my muscles felt anchored to the floorboards. Elia's look at it, I whispered. My voice felt thin, a tattered ribbon of sound. It's moving. Elias didn't turn. He was still staring at the empty space where the truck should have been. The morning light was too bright, a bleached, aggressive white that offered no warmth. It made the dust motes in the cabin look like swarming gnats. "It's not moving, Marcus," he said, his voice hollow and rhythmic. "It's breathing. There's a difference." He finally turned away from the window, but his eyes didn't find mine. They drifted to the corners of the room, tracking something I couldn't see. The fine tremor in his limbs had smoothed out into a slow, swaying motion, as if he were standing in waist-deep water. "We need to walk," I said, grabbing his arm. His skin was unnervingly cold, the texture of damp parchment. The truck is gone, but the road is still there. It's only 6 miles to the main highway. We can make that in 2 hours. "The road isn't there," Elias said. He didn't resist as I pulled him toward the door, but he moved with a terrifying weight, his boots dragging. The road was just a suggestion. The lake withdrew it. I shoved the screen door open. The hinges didn't creak. They emitted a low, harmonic chime that vibrated in my teeth. I stepped out onto the porch, bracing myself for the sight of the footprints, but they were gone. In their place, the mud had been smoothed over, as if a giant hand had smeared the earth flat. I led Elias down the steps. The air was heavy, pressurized, making every movement feel like an effort against a physical current. We reached the edge of the clearing where the gravel drive should have cut through the pines. There was no gravel. There was no break in the tree line. Where the road had been the night before, there was now a wall of timber, pines so densely packed that their branches were interwoven like the teeth of a zipper. They weren't swaying. Even the needles looked rigid, coated in a fine gray rime that looked like frost but didn't melt in the morning sun. "I told you," Elias murmured. He sat down right there in the dirt. He didn't look scared anymore. He looked exhausted, like a man who had finished a race he knew he was destined to lose. The geometry is changing. It's closing the mouth. "Shut up, Elias, just shut up." I started walking toward the tree wall, my heart hammering a frantic code against my ribs. I reached out to touch a trunk, expecting wood, but my hand met something that felt like cold, pressurized rubber. It didn't have bark. It had a grain that looked like thumbprints, thousands of them, layered over one another. I looked back at the cabin. From this distance, the structure looked distorted, its angles sharpening, the roofline stretching upward like a scream. And there, standing on the porch, was the figure. It was me. It was wearing my flannel shirt, my frayed jeans, my salt-stained hiking boots. It stood with its hands hanging limp at its sides. It didn't have the blurred, spectral quality of the things on the lake. It looked solid. It looked more real than I felt. I looked down at my own hands. They were pale, the veins beneath the skin appearing dark and prominent, like ink spreading through water. My wedding ring felt heavy, a leaden weight around a finger that seemed to be thinning by the second. "Hey," I shouted at the thing on the porch. The figure didn't flinch. It tilted its head to the side, a slow, mechanical movement. Then it opened its mouth. It didn't speak, it didn't scream. A sound came out of it that was the exact frequency of a television static, a white noise hiss that drowned out the world. I clapped my hands over my ears, but the sound was already inside my skull, vibrating the fluid in my inner ear. Elias stood up. He wasn't covering his ears. He was smiling. It was a wide, jagged expression that didn't reach his eyes, eyes that were beginning to cloud over with a milky, opalescent film. "It's calling the rest of us," Elias said over the static. "We have to go into the woods," I yelled, grabbing his collar. "The trees, Elias. We have to push through." I didn't wait for him to agree. I hauled him toward the wall of pines. I threw my shoulder against the rubbery trunks, expecting to be rebuffed, but the trees parted with a wet, sucking sound. We stumbled into the darkness of the forest. Inside, the light died instantly. It wasn't the darkness of night, but the darkness of a basement, stagnant and smelling of wet wool and copper. The ground beneath our feet wasn't soil. It was soft, yielding, covered in a layer of fine gray hair that hummed as we stepped on it. "Don't stop," I hissed, though the silence in the woods was so thick it felt like a physical weight on my tongue. We moved in a direction I hoped was east, but the compass in my pocket was useless. The needle didn't spin, it just vibrated in place, a frantic silver blur. After what felt like hours, the trees began to thin, but they didn't lead to a road. We emerged into a clearing that felt horribly familiar. In the center sat a structure. It wasn't the cabin. It was a rusted-out 1950s school bus, half buried in the gray earth. Its yellow paint was peeling away in long, curled strips that looked like dead skin. The windows were gone, replaced by thick, translucent membranes that pulsed in time with the sand heart we'd left on the kitchen table. "We're looping," I said, my voice cracking. "We're in a circle." "Not a circle," Elias corrected. He walked toward the bus, his movements fluid now, almost graceful. "A spiral. We're moving toward the center." He reached out and touched the side of the bus. Where his fingers met the metal, the rust turned to a bright, liquid silver. He didn't pull away. He pressed his entire palm against the surface. "Elias, get away from that." He turned to look at me, and I recoiled. The milky film over his eyes had thickened. His pupils were gone. His face was becoming smooth, the lines of his forehead and the bridge of his nose softening, as if he were a wax figure left too close to a flame. "It's so quiet here, Marcus," he whispered. "The names, they aren't words anymore. They're just vibrations. Can't you feel it? Your name is D-flat. Mine is a low G." He stepped into the bus. The membrane over the door stretched around him like plastic wrap and then snapped back into place. I ran to the bus, pounding on the metal. "Elias, come out. We have to keep moving." I looked through one of the window membranes. Inside, the bus wasn't filled with seats. It was filled with sand, tons of it, packed floor to ceiling, but it wasn't falling out of the open doors or windows. It was held in place by some unseen force. And in the center of the sand, Elias was sinking. He wasn't struggling. He was reclining into the grit as if it were a feather bed. The sand was moving up his chest, his neck, his chin. "Elias." He looked at me through the membrane. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Instead, a stream of dry, gray sand poured from his throat. He blinked once, his eyes entirely white now, and then the sand swallowed him whole. I backed away, tripping over a root that felt like a human tibia. I scrambled to my feet, my breath coming in ragged, sobbing gasps. I was alone. The metallic taste in my mouth was so strong now it felt like I was sucking on a penny. I turned to run back into the woods, but the trees had moved. They were closer now, the wall of rubbery trunks forming a tight perimeter around the bus and me. Then I heard it. "Marcus." It wasn't my mother. It wasn't my own voice. It was a chorus. I looked up. Hanging from the branches of the trees were the verticalities, the long gray silk entities from the lake. They weren't hanging by ropes. They were just suspended in the air, drifting like seaweed in a current. There were hundreds of them. They began to descend. They didn't fall, they drifted down with a slow, agonizing grace. As they touched the ground, they didn't make a sound. They just stood there, tall and featureless, surrounding me. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my pocket knife, the blade snapping open with a sound that felt like a gunshot in the silence. Stay back. One of the entities stepped forward. It didn't have a face, but as it approached, the gray silk of its head began to ripple. A slit opened near the bottom of the form. Marcus, it said. The voice was mine, but it was layered with the voices of a dozen other people. Men, women, children, all speaking the same name in perfect unison. The entity raised a long, tapering limb. It didn't have fingers, just a pointed, translucent tip. It reached toward my chest. I lunged with the knife, driving the blade into the center of the gray silk. There was no resistance. The knife went through as if the entity were made of smoke, but when I pulled the blade back, it was coated in a thick, black ichor that smelled of ozone and stagnant water. The entity didn't flinch. It didn't blade in the traditional sense. The slit in its head widened, and I saw what Elas had seen through the window. Inside the throat of the thing, nestled in the dark folds of its essence, were eyes, dozens of them. They were small human eyes, all different colors, blue, brown, green, gray. They were all blinking in a frantic, uncoordinated rhythm. And in the very center of the cluster, I saw a pair of hazel eyes that I recognized. They were mine. The nausea hit me then, a violent wave that brought me to my knees. I vomited, but what came out wasn't bile. It was gray sand, dried and gritty, spilling onto the humming hair of the forest floor. I looked at the sand I had expelled. It began to move, the grains crawling over each other, knitting together. Within seconds, it had formed a small, pulsing heart. The entity reached down and picked up the sand heart. It tucked the object into the slit in its head. The voices stopped. The forest went silent. The entity began to change. The gray silk started to darken, to take on texture. Fabric patterns appeared, the red and black of my flannel shirt. The smooth, featureless head began to sprout hair, short, brown, thinning at the crown. I watched paralyzed as the thing became me. It wasn't a perfect copy yet. Its skin had a translucent, waxy quality, and its movements were still a bit too fluid, but it was getting closer. It looked down at me, and for the first time it spoke with a single voice. My voice. "Thank you for the name," it said. It was getting heavy. It turned and walked toward the trees. The wall of pines parted for it, the rubbery trunks bowing as it passed. It walked with my gait, my slight limp in the left leg, my habit of hitching my shoulders. I tried to stand, but my legs felt hollow. I looked down at my hands. They were turning gray. The skin was smoothing over, the fingernails receding into the flesh. My wedding ring slipped off my finger, not because the finger was thin, but because the finger was losing its shape, becoming a blunt, featureless digit. I looked at the bus. The sand inside was shifting, a shape emerging from the surface. A hand reached out of the sand. It was a gray, silken hand, tapering to a point. "Nelia's," I croaked. The hand beckoned to me. I looked back toward the cabin. Through the trees, I could see the double of me reaching the clearing. It walked to the porch, stepped over the third plank, the one that clicked and went inside. A moment later, I heard the sound of an engine. The truck was back. I watched from the shadows of the gray forest as my truck backed out of the invisible driveway. I saw myself behind the wheel. I saw myself check the rearview mirror, adjust the visor, and shift into drive. The truck moved away, the sound of the engine fading until it was nothing more than a hum in the air. I looked down at my chest. A slit was opening in my skin, right over my sternum. I felt a strange, cold pressure as the first eye pushed its way through the tissue. It blinked, adjusted to the dim light of the forest, and began to watch the world. I wasn't Marcus anymore. Marcus was driving to a gas station. Marcus was going to go home to a house I couldn't quite remember. Marcus was going to live a life that was no longer mine. I stood up. My body felt light, as if I were made of silk and air. I looked at the school bus, where the Elas thing was waiting. We didn't need words. We didn't need names. We were the echoes that stayed behind when the sound was gone. I turned toward the lake. The water was calling, but it wasn't calling a name. It was a long, low vibration, a hunger that needed to be filled. I walked toward the shore, my boots making no sound on the gravel. I stepped onto the surface of the black, oily water. It felt solid, like a floor of cold glass. I walked out toward the center, toward the other verticalities waiting in the mist. As I moved, I felt the eyes in my chest multiply, each one a memory I was losing. My mother's face, the smell of rain on asphalt, the way my wife laughed. One by one, the eyes blinked, and the memories vanished into the dark water beneath my feet. I stopped 100 yards out and turned back to the shore. The cabin looked small, a toy left behind in the weeds. I opened the slit in my head and let out a long, slow sigh. Somewhere miles away, a man who looked like me would hear that sigh in the wind and wonder why his heart suddenly felt like it was made of sand. I waited for the next name to arrive at the edge of the woods. The lake was patient, the valley was deep, and there were always more names to be called. The transition was not a snap of the fingers, but a slow, agonizing dissolution of the self. As I stood on the surface of the black water, the weight of the man named Marcus evaporated. It was like shedding a heavy, sodden winter coat. My memories didn't just fade, they detached. I saw the image of my wedding day, the smell of the lilies, the way Sarah's veil caught on a rose bushes, and it felt like looking at a photograph found in a stranger's attic. It was a curiosity, a bit of colorful paper, but it had no heat. It had no pulse. Beside me, the entity that had been Elas shifted. It was taller now, its silk-like skin rippling in a wind that didn't move the trees on the shore. The dozens of eyes in its torso blinked in a wave, a shimmering, organic strobe light. The center, it vibrated. It didn't use a mouth. The sound came from the very air between us. The center is where the frequency is pure. I looked back at the shore one last time. The cabin was a jagged silhouette against the bleaching sky. The Marcus who had driven away was already a ghost to me, a distant vibration on the edge of the valley's consciousness. He was a vessel carrying my name into a world that would eventually notice the lakes, the way he stared too long at mirrors, the way he forgot how to swallow solid food, the way he would eventually stop speaking and start whistling the sound of the deep current. But here on the lake, the hunger was different. It wasn't a hunger for food, it was a hunger for density. We began to sink, not through the water, but into it. The surface didn't break, it absorbed us. The blackness was absolute, yet I could see perfectly. The lake wasn't filled with water. It was filled with history, thick gelatinous layers of discarded identities. I saw them drifting in the depths. Old men who had come here to fish in 1924, young women who had hiked the ridge in the 70s, children who had wandered too far from the picnic blankets. They weren't corpses. They were these long, vertical ribbons of gray intent, their chests crowded with the blinking eyes of the lives they had left behind. We descended past the root systems of the underwater forest, trees that grew downward into a sky of silt. "Why do we stay?" I asked, my voice a ripple in the dark. "To hold the shape," the Elas thing responded. "The valley is a lung. If we leave, it collapses. If it collapses, the world outside spills in, and the world outside is too loud, too much friction." I felt the truth of it. The silence here was a physical comfort, a velvet wrap around my new, fragile essence. Suddenly, the water around us began to churn. A new vibration was cutting through the stillness, a sharp, rhythmic thumping. It was the sound of a heart, but it wasn't made of sand. It was biological. It was frantic. The caller, the entities around me hummed. We rose as one, a forest of gray silk ascending toward the silver mirror of the surface. As my head broke the water, the sensory assault of the real world hit me like a physical blow. The sun was too orange, the smell of the pines too sharp, the sound of a distant chainsaw, a jagged tear in the fabric of the morning. On the shore, near the spot where the truck had been, stood a woman. She was wearing a bright yellow rain jacket that looked like a wound against the gray mud. She was shouting, "Marcus, Elas!" I recognized her. She was the woman from the gas station, the one who had warned us about the historical accounts. But she looked younger now, or perhaps I was seeing her through the lens of the lake, where time was a coiled spring rather than a line. She held a megaphone to her lips, the electronic hum of the device sending painful ripples through my translucent skin. "Marcus, if you can hear me, don't look at the water. Look at the trees. Find the grain." The entities around me began to hiss. The sound was like steam escaping a radiator. They didn't like the megaphone. It was an artificial frequency, a jagged edge that threatened the smooth geometry of the lake. "She is trying to pull the name back." Elas vibrated. He was moving toward the shore, his long, tapering limbs skimming the water. "She wants to re-anchor the vessel." I felt a strange tugging in my chest. One of the eyes, a bright hazel one, widened. A memory flared. The woman at the gas station hadn't just been a stranger. She was the one who had sold me the cabin. She had held the deed. She had touched my hand as I signed the papers, and for a second her eyes had flashed with a desperate, silent apology. "Marcus," she screamed again, "the truck is at the station. He's sitting in the cab, Marcus. He won't get out. He's just staring at the pump. You have to come back and take it. You have to take the weight." I looked at my hands. They were almost invisible now, a mere suggestion of light in the shape of a man. I saw the Marcus in my mind. He was sitting in the truck, 5 miles away. The attendant was knocking on the window, but my double didn't move. He was waiting. He was an empty cup, and the name Marcus was a liquid that was slowly evaporating because there was no soul to keep it cool. If he stayed there, he would eventually dissolve into a puddle of gray dust in the driver's seat. And if he dissolved, the anchor would snap. The valley would expand. It would swallow the gas station, the highway, the town beyond. "He is failing," I whispered. "Let him fail," the Elas thing hissed, its many eyes fixed on the woman in the yellow jacket. "The expansion is peace. The expansion is the end of the noise." The woman dropped the megaphone. She ran to the edge of the water, her boots sinking into the mud that had swallowed our footprints. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a handful of something bright. She threw it into the lake. It wasn't sand, it was salt. Where the crystals hit the water, the surface erupted in a violent white foam. The screaming started then, not from the woman, but from the lake itself. The black water recoiled from the salt, forming a ring of boiling agitation. The entities near the shore shriveled, their gray silk charring as if touched by fire. They retreated into the depths, their vibrations turning into high-pitched whines of agony. The salt is the lie, Elas vibrated, his form flickering. It is the preservative of the old world. The woman began to throw more salt, her movements frantic. Marcus, follow the white, follow the sting. I felt it then, a sharp, burning sensation in the slit in my chest. The hazel eye was watering. The salt in the air was reacting with the lake substance of my new body. It hurt. It was the first thing I had felt in hours that wasn't a vibration. It was pain, and pain was a human thing. I began to move toward the shore. No, Elas hummed, his limbs wrapping around my waist. He was cold, so cold he felt like dry ice. Stay in the silence. The sting is the beginning of the end. If you go back, you will have to remember everything. Every grief, every debt, every rot. I have to take the weight, I croaked. The words felt like stones in my throat. I fought him. It was a struggle of frequencies. He pulled with the low, heavy thrum of the deep water, and I pushed toward the sharp, jagged white noise of the salt. I reached the ring of foam. The water here was no longer a floor. It was a liquid again, cold and wet and real. I sank to my waist, my legs feeling the drag of the mud. The woman reached out her hand. Take it. Give the name back to the bodies. I lunged forward, my silken fingers brushing against her warm, solid skin. The moment we touched, a discharge of static electricity threw me backward. The world turned white. When my vision cleared, I was lying on the mud. The sun was blindingly bright. My skin was no longer translucent. It was pale, covered in goose flesh and smeared with stinking black silt. I was wearing my flannel shirt, but it was soaking wet and smelled of ancient decay. The woman was kneeling over me. She wasn't the gas station attendant anymore. She was older, her face lined with a weariness that mirrored the mountains. Is he back? She whispered, clutching a bag of rock salt to her chest. I tried to speak, but my mouth was full of grit. I spat out a glob of gray sand. The truck. It's still at the station, she said, helping me sit up, but the thing inside, it's starting to smoke. You have to get there. You have to touch the wheel before it turns to ash. I looked out at the lake. It was perfectly still now. There were no verticalities, no Elas, just a flat, dark expanse of water reflecting the pines. Where is Elas? I asked. The woman looked at the water and shook her head. Elas didn't have enough left to pull back. He was too hollow. He's part of the geometry now. She helped me to my feet. Every movement was a symphony of aches. My joints felt like they were filled with broken glass. This was the weight she had talked about, the burden of being physical, the burden of having a name that could be called. We walked toward the tree line. The wall of pines was gone. The gravel road was back, though it looked washed out and neglected. Why did you help me? I asked, leaning on her as we reached a rusted jeep parked near the cabin. I've sold this cabin 12 times in 30 years, she said, her voice flat. I'm the one who keeps the accounts. Usually, I just wait for the truck to reappear so I can clean it out for the next one. But you kept looking at that mirror on the shore. You were looking for a face, not just an echo. That's rare. She drove me toward the highway. The transition out of the valley was like coming out of a deep-sea dive too fast. My ears popped painfully, and my head throbbed with the sudden influx of color and sound. When we reached the gas station, the scene was surreal. My truck was parked at Pump 4. A small crowd of people had gathered, standing several yards back. A thin, gray vapor was rising from the cracks in the door frames. The Marcus inside was slumped against the window. His skin was the color of a hornet's nest. "Go," the woman said. "Touch the metal, claim the space." I stumbled out of the Jeep. My legs felt like lead. The people watched me, their faces masks of confusion and fear. I looked like a man who had been buried alive and had crawled his way out. I reached the truck. The air around it vibrated with that familiar, low-frequency hiss. I reached out and grabbed the door handle. The moment my hand made contact, the figure inside collapsed. It didn't fall over. It simply imploded, turning into a cloud of gray dust that swirled for a second and then was sucked into my own skin. I felt a violent jolt, like a heart being restarted with a jumper cable. The memories rushed back not as photographs, but as stabs of emotion. The grief of my mother's death, the anxiety of my mortgage, the specific, sharp joy of a cold beer on a Friday night. It was all there, heavy and suffocating and wonderful. I opened the door and climbed into the driver's seat. The interior of the truck smelled of sun-baked silt, but the seat was solid beneath me. I looked in the rearview mirror. My face was there. It was haggard, my eyes bloodshot and rimmed with gray dust, but it was mine. I recognized the mole on my neck. I recognized the scar on my chin from a childhood fall. The gas station attendant approached the window, his face pale. "Mister, you okay? That guy who was in there," he just. I looked at him. I tried to find the words to explain the geometry of the lake, the hunger of the verticalities, the way a name can be a tether or a cage. But when I opened my mouth, no words came out. I didn't speak, I didn't scream. I just whistled. It was a long, low sound, the exact frequency of the wind blowing over a deep, black body of water. The attendant backed away, his eyes widening. I turned the key. The engine roared to life, a beautiful, mechanical, human noise. I shifted into gear and drove away from the station, away from the valley, away from the lake that called names. As I reached the highway, I looked at the passenger seat. There, sitting on the upholstery, was a small pile of gray sand. It wasn't moving, it wasn't pulsing. But as the wind from the open window caught it, the grains shifted, and for a split second, they formed the shape of a human ear, listening to the world I was carrying back with me. I reached over and swept the sand onto the floorboards. I didn't look back. I drove until the sun went down, until the radio stations changed, until the names in my head were the only ones that mattered. But every time I passed a body of water, a pond, a river, even a puddle in a parking lot, I felt a phantom tug in my chest. And I knew that somewhere, in a valley that shouldn't exist, a version of me was still standing on the water, waiting for the wind to carry a new sound into the trees. The account was closed, but the lake was still counting. The drive back to the city was a slow re-immersion into a reality that felt increasingly abrasive. Every billboard was a scream of color. Every passing car was a roar of displaced air. My skin felt too tight, a cheap suit tailored for a man who had slightly more volume than I currently possessed. I kept my hands clamped on the steering wheel, my knuckles white, terrified that if I let go, my fingers might simply unravel into gray ribbons and float out the open window. I reached my house at 3 in the morning. It was a modest suburban split level, the kind of place that the Marcus I was supposed to be, had worked 10 years to afford. I stood in the driveway for a long time staring at the front door. The porch light was a harsh, buzzing yellow. It cast a shadow of me against the garage door, and I studied it with a predator's intensity. The shadow was solid. It didn't flicker. It didn't have extra eyes blinking in its chest. I fumbled with my keys. My coordination was off, my thumb refusing to find the familiar groove of the brass. When the lock finally clicked and I stepped inside, the smell of the house hit me like a physical blow. It smelled of stale coffee, laundry detergent, and the faint, sweet scent of Sarah's vanilla candles. It was a museum of a life I had nearly traded for the silence of the silt. I walked into the kitchen and turned on the faucet. I needed to wash the valley off me. The water splashed into the stainless steel sink and I flinched. The sound was wrong. It wasn't the rhythmic, organic thrum of the lake. It was the mechanical hiss of city pipes. I plunged my hands into the stream, scrubbing at the gray stains on my cuticles. The silt didn't wash away easily. It clung to my pores like magnetic filings, a stubborn residue of the deep. Marcus. The voice came from the doorway. I froze. My heart, which had felt like a lump of cold lead since I left the gas station, gave a sudden, painful lurch. Sarah was standing there, her hair messy from sleep, wrapped in a thick blue robe. She was squinting against the kitchen light, her face a mask of confusion that was rapidly shifting toward alarm. "You're home early," she whispered. "I thought you were staying at the cabin until Sunday. Why are you so wet?" I turned slowly. I wanted to run to her, to bury my face in her neck and feel the heat of a living person, but I stayed rooted to the floor. I was afraid that if I touched her, the coldness of the lake would jump to her skin. I was afraid she would look into my eyes and see the verticalities reflected in the pupils. "I didn't like it there," I said. My voice sounded thin, like it was being broadcast from a great distance. The air was heavy. She walked toward me, her brow furrowed. "You look terrible. You're pale as a ghost, Marcus. And what is that smell? It smells like old fish and wet earth." She reached out to touch my cheek, and I instinctively flinched away. The rejection hung in the air between us, sharp and cold. Her hand dropped to her side, her expression wounding. "I'm sorry," I rasped. I'm exhausted. I think I picked up a bug or something. I need to sleep." "Let me make you some tea," she said, her maternal instincts kicking in, overriding her hurt. "Go get out of those clothes. They're filthy." I nodded and retreated to the bathroom. I stripped off the flannel shirt and the jeans, dropping them into a heap on the tile. They didn't just fall, they landed with a wet, heavy thud, as if they were made of mud rather than fabric. I avoided the mirror. I didn't want to see if the slit in my chest had closed. I didn't want to see if the eyes were still there, waiting for the lights to go out so they could start watching the room. I stepped into the shower and turned the water as hot as I could stand. The steam rose in thick clouds, and for a moment it felt like the mist on the lake. I closed my eyes and leaned my forehead against the tiles. The center, a voice vibrated in the back of my skull. It wasn't my voice. It was the Elas thing. The center is where the frequency is pure. I growled and turned the handle further, the scalding water turning my skin a bright, angry red. I scrubbed my chest with a loofah until it bled, desperate to erase the memory of the eyes. When I finally stepped out and dried off, I forced myself to look in the mirror. My sternum was smooth. There was no slit. There were no extra eyes. But the skin there was translucent, a pale, sickly marble color that didn't match the rest of my tan. It looked like a patch of ice on a dark road. I put on a pair of clean pajamas and went into the bedroom. Sarah was sitting on the edge of the bed, 2 mugs of tea steaming on the nightstand. She looked small in the dim light, a flickering candle in a world that was rapidly turning to shadow. "Talk to me," she said softly. "What happened out there?" I sat down beside her, the mattress sinking under my weight. I felt incredibly heavy, as if the gravity of the house was trying to compensate for the weightlessness I had felt on the water. "I met a man," I said, choosing my words with agonizing care. "At least, I think he was a man. He told me the lake calls names. He told me that once the lake has your name, you don't really need it anymore." Sarah stared at me, her eyes wide. Is this a joke? Some kind of local ghost story? "I wish it was," I said. I looked at my hands. They were shaking. "Elas is gone, Sarah. He didn't come back. He became part of the scenery." "Who is Elas?" she asked, her voice trembling. I stopped. I realized then that in her reality, the reality of the world that hadn't been thinned out by the valley, Elas didn't exist. He hadn't been my friend from college. He hadn't been the one who suggested the trip. He was a fragment of the lake that had attached itself to my life, a false memory designed to lure me into the deep. "Nobody," I said, my throat tightening. "Just someone I thought I knew." We sat in silence for a long time. She didn't ask any more questions, but I could feel her watching me, her mind working through the implications of my behavior. She knew something was fundamentally broken, even if she couldn't name the fracture. Eventually, we lay down. She reached across the gap between us and took my hand. Her palm was warm, and for a few minutes, that warmth was enough to keep the cold at bay. I drifted into a fitful sleep, a shallow pool of consciousness where the boundaries of the room began to blur. I dreamed of the school bus. In the dream, I was sitting in the back row. The windows were frosted over with a thick gray grime. The bus wasn't moving, but the engine was humming, a low, rhythmic vibration that made my teeth ache. The Elas thing was sitting in the driver's seat, its long, silken limbs draped over the wheel. It didn't turn around, but I could see its eyes in the rearview mirror. Dozens of them. They were all looking at me. "You brought the salt back," the Elas thing vibrated. The sound filled the bus, rattling the metal ribs of the ceiling. "You brought the friction into the house." "I wanted to come home," I said in the dream. "This isn't home," the thing responded. "This is just a different kind of silence, a louder one. You're leaking, Marcus. Look at the floor." I looked down. Gray sand was pouring out of my sleeves, pooling around my feet. It was rising quickly, covering my ankles, my knees. "The vessel is cracked," the Elas thing said. "The name is spilling out. Soon she won't be able to hear you at all. You'll just be a vibration in the hallway, a cold spot in the bed." I woke up gasping, my heart hammering against my ribs. The room was pitch black. The silence was absolute, too absolute. I couldn't hear the hum of the refrigerator. I couldn't hear the distant sound of traffic. I couldn't even hear Sarah's breathing. I reached out my hand to touch her. The bed was cold. "Sarah," I whispered. No answer. I sat up and fumbled for the lamp. When the light flicked on, the room looked different. The colors were muted, as if a layer of gray dust had settled over everything. The curtains didn't sway in the air from the vent. The clock on the wall had stopped at 3, 14. I got out of bed, my feet making no sound on the carpet. I felt light again, that terrifying, silken weightlessness. "Sarah," I called out, my voice sounding flat and hollow. I walked into the hallway. The door to the guest room was open. I peered inside and saw a figure standing by the window. It was tall and thin, its body a shimmering column of gray intent. It wasn't Sarah. It was one of the verticalities from the lake. It turned toward me and I saw the eyes. They weren't blinking. They were fixed on me with a terrible, patient hunger. The expansion, it vibrated. I backed away, my heart cold. I ran to the living room, but the furniture was dissolving, turning into piles of gray sand that drifted across the floorboards. The walls were becoming translucent, the trees of the forest visible through the drywall. The cabin was overlapping with my house, the two realities grinding against each other like tectonic plates. I saw the front door. I lunged for it, desperate to get outside, to find the sun, to find the woman with the salt. I threw the door open and stepped out onto the porch. But there was no street. There was no yellow porch light. There was only the lake. The black, oily water stretched out into the mist, perfectly flat, perfectly still. My house was a jagged island of wood and brick sitting in the middle of the deep. The school bus was parked at the end of the driveway, its headlights glowing with a faint, dying silver. I stood on the edge of the porch, the water lapping at the bottom step. "Marcus." The voice came from behind me. I turned and saw Sarah standing in the doorway, but she wasn't Sarah anymore. Her skin was the color of the mist, and a slit was opening in her chest, right over her sternum. A single, hazel eye pushed its way through the tissue. It was my mother's eye. "It's so quiet here," she said, her voice a ripple in the air. "Why did you want to leave?" I fell to my knees, the gray sand of my house gritting between my teeth. I realized then that the woman with the salt hadn't saved me. She had only delayed the inevitable. The lake didn't just call names, it claimed the space where the names lived. I hadn't brought myself back to the world. I had brought the lake home with me. I looked at my hands. They were gone. In their place were long, tapering ribbons of gray light. I looked out at the water. 100 yards away, a man was standing on the surface. He was wearing a flannel shirt and jeans. He was holding a set of truck keys in his hand. He looked like me. He looked solid. He looked real. He turned toward me and smiled, a jagged, empty expression. "Thanks for the seat," he whispered. He turned and began to walk toward the shore, toward the highway, toward a life that was no longer mine. I opened the slit in my head and let out a long, slow sigh. The sound carried across the water, a low vibration that joined the chorus of the deep. I wasn't Marcus anymore. Marcus was driving to a gas station. Marcus was going to go home to a house I couldn't quite remember. I turned away from the shore and began to walk toward the center. The water felt solid beneath my feet, a floor of cold glass. The hunger was gone now, replaced by a perfect crystalline density. I stopped next to the Elas thing. We didn't need words. We didn't need names. We were the echoes that stayed behind when the sound was gone. Somewhere miles away, a woman would wake up in a house that felt too big and wonder why the air in the hallway always smelled of wet earth and ancient, discarded dreams. She would call a name into the silence, and the silence would whistle back. The valley was deep, the lake was patient, and there were always more names to be called. The transition from being a man to being a frequency was not a sudden snap. but a slow, agonizing dissolution of the ego. In the center of the lake, where the water was so black it seemed to swallow the very concept of light, the architecture of my past began to flake away like old paint. I watched the Marcus thing, the one wearing my skin and my memories, reach the far shore. He didn't look back. He climbed into the truck, his movements fluid and purposeful, possessed of a terrestrial weight I could no longer claim. I felt a phantom sensation in my chest, a lingering echo of heartbreak, as I watched my own taillights vanish into the tree line. For a second, I tried to scream, to demand my life back, to tell the universe that the trade was unfair. But the mechanism for screaming was gone. When I opened the space where my mouth used to be, only the gray silt of the valley spilled out, joining the mist that carpeted the water. Beside me, the Elas thing shifted. It wasn't a man anymore, not even in silhouette. It had become a verticality of pure shimmering static, a pillar of almost and not quite. Don't watch the exit. The vibration ripples through the water beneath my feet. The exit is a lie told by the shore. There is only the expansion. I looked down at my feet. I was standing on the surface of the lake, but I wasn't touching it. There was a microscopic gap between the soles of my non-existent shoes and the tension of the water, a layer of pressurized silence that kept me buoyant. I realized then that the lake didn't want my body. It wanted the space my body occupied. It wanted the volume of my soul to fill the voids in its own impossible geometry. The house behind me, the island of brick and vanilla candles, was fading. The edges were blurring into the gray-green of the hemlocks. Sarah's face, seen through the window of the guest room, was no longer a face. It was a cluster of pale, unblinking eyes that stared out at the void, searching for a frequency she had lost. Is she coming with us? I tried to think the question. My thoughts felt heavy, like stones dropped into a well. She was never here, the Ilia's vibration replied. She is a resonance. You brought a recording of her into the deep, and the deep played it back to you to see if you would dance. You danced well, Marcus. You danced all the way to the center. The realization was a cold blade. The Sarah I had seen in the kitchen, the one who smelled of laundry, detergent, and worry, was just a lure. The lake had mined my subconscious, pulling out the most vibrant threads of my life to weave a shroud I would willingly step into. The home I had fled to was just a temporary expansion of the valley, a bubble of distorted reality that had popped the moment I accepted the weightlessness. I turned away from the fading house. The horizon was gone. There was no sky, no stars, only a vaulted ceiling of gray clouds that seemed to pulse with a slow, subterranean heartbeat. We began to move. We weren't walking. We were being pulled by a current of intent toward the furthest reaches of the water, where the verticalities stood like frozen lightning. As we approached them, I saw that they weren't solid. They were made of millions of tiny, translucent grains, the same gray sand I had seen on the floorboards of the truck. Each grain was a moment, a discarded thought, a syllable of a forgotten name. One of the pillars was taller than the rest, its surface shimmering with a sickly, iridescent oil. As I drifted closer, I saw a face pressed against the interior of the column. It was a woman. Her eyes were open, her mouth set in a permanent O of surprise. She looked like she was trapped in amber, but as I passed, her eyes tracked me. Help, she didn't say. The vibration of her need hit me like a physical blow. My name is Claire. I lived in a house with a blue door. I had a dog named Buster. My name is Claire. She's trying to anchor. Elias vibrated, a sound that felt like pity. She thinks if she says it enough, the shore will find her. But the shore has already filled her spot. There is a Claire in a house with a blue door right now, petting a dog named Buster, and she doesn't remember ever being afraid of the water. The cruelty of the lake's economy was staggering. It didn't just kill, it replaced. It was a cosmic cuckoo, laying its gray eggs in the nests of human lives, pushing the original inhabitants out into the cold, silent center of the valley. How many of us are there? I asked. As many as the wind needs, was the answer. We reached a part of the lake where the water turned from black to a luminous pale violet. Here, the silence was different. It wasn't the absence of sound, but the presence of a sound so loud it canceled itself out. In the center of this violet pool stood a structure that defied description. It looked like a cathedral made of bone and glass, its spires reaching up into the clouds, shifting and folding in on themselves. The archive, Elas signaled. We drifted toward the entrance, a vast, arched opening that breathed out a scent of ozone and ancient parchment. Inside, the walls were lined with thousands of small, rectangular niches. Each niche contained a single object: a wedding ring, a child's shoe, a rusted key, a lock of hair. I stopped in front of a niche at eye level. Inside was a small, wooden carving of a bird. I recognized it instantly. I had carved it for my father when I was 7 years old. I remembered the way the wood had smelled, the way the knife had slipped and nicked my thumb. I reached out a ribbon of gray light to touch it. The moment I made contact, a surge of memory flooded through me, not just my own memory, but the memory of the object itself. I felt the heat of the sun on the porch where I sat carving it. I felt my father's calloused hand as he took it from me. I felt the dust of the attic where it had sat for 20 years after he died. And then I felt the lake taking it. The lake hadn't just taken me. It had reached back through time and harvested the significance of the bird. It had plucked the emotional weight from the world, leaving the physical object behind as a hollow shell. Why? I vibrated, the sound echoing through the bone cathedral. What does a lake want with a wooden bird? Stability, Elas replied, his form flickering with a pale green light. The world out there is too fast, too much friction, too much heat. The lake is the heat sink of the universe. It collects the things that weigh too much and brings them here to cool. It turns the screaming of life into the humming of the deep. I looked around the archive. There were millions of niches, millions of anchors. Each one represented a person who had been thinned out, a life that had been traded for a vibration. I don't want to be a vibration, I said, a sudden spark of the old Marcus flaring up in my core. I want to be the friction. I want to be the heat. You already gave the heat away, Elas signaled. You gave it to the man in the truck. You gave it to the thing that is currently kissing your wife and drinking your coffee. You are the cold that was left behind. I felt a wave of despair, but even the despair felt muted, filtered through the gray silt. I looked at the wooden bird again. If the lake was a heat sink, then these objects were the batteries. They held the residual energy of the names they belonged to. I reached into the niche and gripped the bird. It felt heavy, impossibly heavy. It was the only solid thing in a world of ghosts. I pulled, and for a second the archive groaned. The walls of bone and glass vibrated with a discordant note. Stop, Elas warned, his form expanding, his eyes glowing with a sharp, predatory light. You are disturbing the frequency. You are creating noise. Good, I thought, my intent hardening. I was always a loud kid. I wrenched the bird from the niche. The moment it cleared the shelf, the light in the archive shifted. The pale violet turned to a bruised, angry red. The ground beneath me, the surface of the water, began to churn. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I couldn't stay in the archive. I turned and fled. The wooden bird clutched to the space where my heart used to be. I ran back toward the violet pool, back toward the verticalities. Marcus, Elias' voice was no longer a vibration. It was a roar. You cannot carry the weight. It will pull you under. He was right. The further I got from the archive, the heavier the bird became. It was no longer a piece of wood. It was the weight of my 7-year-old self, the weight of my father's love, the weight of 20 years of grief. It was pulling my gray, silken form down toward the black water. My feet broke the surface. The water was agonizingly cold, a cold that didn't just chill the skin, but bit into the soul. I struggled to stay buoyant, but the bird was a laid weight, dragging me into the deep. I looked back. Elias was pursuing me, his long, spindly limbs lashing the water into a froth of gray foam. Behind him, the verticalities were beginning to lean, their unblinking eyes fixed on the thief who had stolen a piece of the silence. I saw the house again. It was almost gone now, a skeletal frame of gray light shimmering in the distance. I pushed toward it, my movements sluggish and heavy. "Sarah," I tried to call out. The water rose to my chest. The silt began to fill my senses, clogging the eyes in my sternum, muffling the vibrations of my thoughts. I was drowning in the very thing I had become. Just as my head was about to slip beneath the surface, I saw a flash of yellow. It was the porch light. It wasn't a memory, and it wasn't a lure. It was a sharp, buzzing, artificial light, cutting through the gray mist like a knife. I reached for it, my fingers, those ribbons of gray light, stretching toward the glow. The wooden bird in my hand began to glow, too. The heat I had felt in the archive was intensifying, the wood turning into a coal of pure red intent. The water around me began to hiss and steam. The coldness of the lake recoiled from the heat of the bird. "Give it back," Elias screamed, his form towering over me, his shadow blotting out the gray sky. The silence demands it. He reached down with a hand made of 1,000 screaming faces, his fingers closing around my throat, but he couldn't hold me. The heat from the bird was too much. His silken flesh began to char and peel, turning into black ash that vanished in the steam. I used the last of my strength to heave the bird toward the yellow light. "Remember me," I thought, a command aimed at the universe. The bird hit the porch of the fading house. There was a sound like a pane of glass shattering, a sharp, violent crack that echoed across the entire valley. The world turned white. The silence didn't just break, it exploded. I felt myself being torn apart, my gray form shredded into a billion pieces of static. I was a radio station being tuned out, a photograph being dropped into a fire. And then there was the friction. I felt the scrape of wool against my skin. I felt the sharp, metallic taste of blood in my mouth. I felt the weight of my own bones, the miraculous, heavy ache of a body that occupied space. I opened my eyes. I was lying on the kitchen floor. The fluorescent light hummed overhead, a beautiful, annoying sound. The faucet was still running, the water splashing into the sink with a chaotic, wonderful noise. "Marcus." I looked up. Sarah was kneeling beside me, her face pale, her eyes filled with a terror that was entirely human. She was holding the wooden bird in her hand. "Where did this come from?" she whispered, her voice trembling. It fell out of the air. It hit the floor and then you just appeared." I tried to speak, but my throat was raw. I reached out and took her hand. Her skin was hot. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever felt. "I'm home," I rasped. She pulled me into a hug, her heart beating against mine. I closed my eyes and listened to the rhythm. It wasn't a frequency. It wasn't a vibration. It was a heartbeat, irregular, fragile, and loud. I looked over her shoulder at the kitchen window. Outside, the suburbs were dark, the streetlights casting long shadows across the pavement. It looked normal. It looked real. But then I saw the sink. The water was still running, but it wasn't going down the drain. It was pooling on the stainless steel, and in the center of the pool, a small pile of gray sand was beginning to form. I looked at the wooden bird in Sarah's hand. The wood was charred, as if it had been pulled from a fire, and on the bottom of the carving, where I had once scrawled my initials, there was a new mark. It was an eye, a single, unblinking eye, carved deep into the grain. I pulled Sarah closer, my eyes fixed on the gray sand in the sink. The account wasn't closed. The lake had lost a piece of its silence, and it would want it back. Somewhere in a valley that shouldn't exist, a man in a flannel shirt was walking into a house that wasn't his, carrying a name that was a lie. And somewhere beneath the black water, the verticalities were waiting for the wind to change, for the next sound to break the surface. I reached over and turned off the faucet. The silence that followed was terrifying. "Don't let go," I whispered to Sarah. "I won't," she said. But as she spoke, I felt a faint, phantom tug in my chest, and for a split second, I didn't see the kitchen. I saw the violet pool, the bone cathedral, and the empty niche that was waiting for me to return. The lake was still counting, and it knew exactly where I lived. The humming of the refrigerator felt like a physical assault. It was too sharp, too rhythmic, a mechanical heartbeat that seemed to mock the fragile, organic thumping in my own chest. I sat at the kitchen table, my hands wrapped around a mug of coffee that had gone cold an hour ago. Sarah was in the living room, the television murmuring a mindless sitcom, the canned laughter drifting through the doorway like ghostly applause. I looked down at my cuticles. They were ragged, stained with a fine gray grit that no amount of scrubbing could entirely remove. Every time I closed my eyes, I didn't see the back of my eyelids. I saw the depth of the water. I saw the way the light died at 30 feet, replaced by that crushing, intelligent violet. "Marcus." Sarah stood in the doorway. She looked exhausted. The skin beneath her eyes was smudged with purple shadows, and she held her elbows as if she were perpetually cold. She hadn't asked me about the lake. She hadn't asked why I'd come home smelling of stagnant silt and ozone, or why I woke up screaming names she didn't recognize, names like Elas, names like Claire. "I'm fine," I said, the lie tasting like copper in my mouth. "You're staring at the sink again," she whispered. I looked. I hadn't even realized I was doing it. The drain was clear, the stainless steel polished to a mirror finish, yet I could still see the ghost of that gray sand swirling near the stopper. It was a visual tinnitus, a persistent hallucination of the void. "I was just thinking about the truck," I said, shifting my gaze to her. "I should go get it. It's still out there by the trailhead." The moment the words left my lips, the air in the kitchen seemed to thicken. The temperature dropped a fraction of a degree. Sarah flinched, a subtle recoil that she tried to mask by smoothing her hair. "Don't," she said. Her voice was thin, brittle. "Let the police get it, or the insurance company. Just don't go back to the valley, Marcus, please." She didn't know about the trade. She didn't know that Marcus was already driving that truck, or perhaps he had already reached the house I used to call mine. I wondered what that other version of me was doing right now. Was he sitting in a different kitchen, looking at a different Sarah? Was he touching her skin with fingers that felt like real flesh, while secretly harboring a core of cold, gray silt? The thought made my stomach lurch. If the lake had replaced me, then the thing in the truck wasn't just a copy, it was a colonist. It was a piece of the deep that had been granted the gift of friction, a fragment of the silent scent to live among the noise. I need to know, I muttered, more to myself than to her. Know what? If he's there, the one who took the keys. Sarah stepped toward me, her face contorting with a mixture of pity and fear. There was no one else there, Marcus. The search party found you wandering near the shore. You were delirious. You kept talking about a house that wasn't there. I looked at the wooden bird sitting on the windowsill. The charred eye in its grain seemed to track her movement. The search party. They thought they had rescued me. They didn't realize they had merely picked up a piece of discarded static that had managed to solidify itself through sheer, stubborn grief. I'm going to lie down, I said, standing up. My joints felt heavy, as if my marrow had been replaced by wet cement. Okay, she said, but she didn't move to follow me. She stayed by the sink, her eyes fixed on the wooden bird, her fingers twitching as if she wanted to throw it into the trash but couldn't bring herself to touch it. I walked down the hallway toward the bedroom. The house felt alien. The family photos on the walls, me at graduation, us at the Grand Canyon, a blurry shot of a dog we'd lost years ago, looked like stage props. They were markers of a life I could describe but no longer felt. I was a man reading his own biography, fascinated by the details but disconnected from the soul of the narrative. In the bedroom, the curtains were drawn, but the moonlight bled through the fabric in long, pale needles. I lay on top of the covers, staring at the ceiling. Clag. The sound was small, but in the oppressive silence of the house, it sounded like a gunshot. It came from the window. Clag, clag, clag. It was the sound of a stone hitting glass or a fingernail. I stood up, my heart hammering against my ribs. I walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. The backyard was a square of silver and shadow. The old oak tree stood like a sentinel near the fence, its branches swaying in a wind I couldn't hear. At the base of the tree, someone was standing. He was wearing my flannel shirt. He was wearing my work boots. Even in the dim light, I could see the familiar slouch of his shoulders, the way he tilted his head to the left when he was curious. It was the Marcus thing. He wasn't hiding. He was looking directly up at my window. His face was a pale oval, the features blurred as if seen through a sheet of falling water. He raised a hand, my hand, and beckoned. I didn't call for Sarah. I didn't reach for a weapon. I felt a strange, magnetic pull, a resonance that bypassed my brain and spoke directly to the gray silt in my veins. I moved through the house like a sleepwalker, sliding the glass door open with a whisper of metal on metal. The night air was cold, but it didn't feel like the cold of the world. It felt like the cold of the archive, dry, sterile, and ancient. I walked across the grass, the blades crunching beneath my feet like frozen glass. I stopped 10 feet away from him. Up close, the resemblance was terrifying. He had the same mole on his neck, the same scar on his chin from a childhood fall, but his eyes were wrong. They weren't pupils and irises. They were 2 pinpricks of light at the end of a long, dark tunnel. You forgot something, the Marcus thing whispered. His voice was a perfect mimicry of mine, but it lacked the breathy texture of a human throat. It was a recorded playback, clean and hollow. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a set of keys. My keys. The brass glinted in the moonlight. I have the life, he said, his mouth moving in a jagged, mechanical rhythm. I have the house. I have the woman, but I don't have the weight. He took a step toward me. I wanted to run, but my legs felt rooted to the earth. The lake is out of balance, he continued, the pinpricks of light in his eyes widening. You took the bird, you took the heat. Now the water is rising. It's looking for the displacement. Give me back my life, I rasped, my voice sounding small and pathetic against his perfect resonance. The Marcus thing smiled. It was the same jagged expression I'd seen on the shore. I can't. I've already started to fill the spaces. I know the smell of her shampoo. I know the way she sighs before she falls asleep. I'm becoming the memory, and you're becoming the ghost. He held out the keys. Take them. Go back to the valley. If you return the bird, maybe the silence will let you sleep. No, I said, clenching my fists. I'm staying here. Here is a relative term, the thing said. He looked past me toward the house. Look at the windows, Marcus. Really look at them. I turned around. The house was no longer brick and mortar. It was shimmering, the edges fraying into gray mist. I could see Sarah through the glass of the sliding door, but she wasn't moving. She was frozen in a mid-step, her body a verticality of static. The television was a blur of gray snow. The suburbs were gone. Beyond the fence, there were no neighboring houses, no streetlights, no roads. There was only the tree line of the valley, the hemlocks leaning in close, their needles whispering my name. You never left, the Marcus thing said. You just brought the house into the water with you. You're in the center, Marcus. You've been in the center since the moment you let me take the keys. The ground beneath my feet began to soften. The grass turned to gray sand, the soil beneath it liquefying into black, light-drinking water. I looked down and saw that I was sinking. Sarah, I screamed, but the sound didn't travel. It was swallowed by the atmosphere, absorbed by the hungry air of the valley. The thing that looked like me stepped back, his form becoming more solid as mine became more translucent. He was feeding on my proximity, anchoring himself to the reality I was losing. Thanks for the seat, he said again, his voice fading as if he were moving behind a thick curtain. I lunged for him, but my hands passed through his chest as if he were made of smoke. He didn't even flinch. He turned and walked toward the shimmering, fading house. He stepped through the sliding door, and as he did, the glass solidified behind him. The lights in the kitchen turned from that sickly violet back to a warm, inviting yellow. I was left in the dark. The backyard was gone. The oak tree was gone. I was standing on the surface of the lake again, the water a floor of cold glass. The bone cathedral of the archive loomed in the distance, its spires glowing with a vengeful, bruised red. I felt the wooden bird in my pocket. It was pulsing with heat, a tiny, angry sun against my thigh. It was the only reason I hadn't completely dissolved. The exit is a lie told by the shore. Elas' vibration rippled through the water. He was nowhere to be seen, but his presence was everywhere, a layer of pressure in the air. You tried to bring the heat into the cold. You tried to make the silence scream, but the lake always wins the argument, Marcus. I pulled the bird out of my pocket. The eye carved into its base was glowing now, a fierce, golden light that cut through the gray mist. I'm not done, I thought. I didn't try to speak. I knew the mechanics of this place now. I projected my intent into the water. If the lake wants stability, I'll give it chaos. I began to walk, not toward the archive, but toward the shore, the real shore, the one the Marcus thing had used to escape. I could see the faint, flickering lights of the highway miles away, a string of amber jewels in the dark. As I moved, the lake fought back. The water beneath my feet turned into a slurry of ice and silt, trying to trap my ankles. The wind picked up, a howling, discordant gale that carried the voices of 1,000 lost names. Claire, Thomas, David, Elena. The names pelted me like hail. Each one was a hook, trying to snag my attention, trying to pull me into their individual pockets of despair. I saw faces in the mist, the woman from the pillar, the one who lived in the house with the blue door. She was reaching out, her fingers like long, translucent needles. Stay with us, she vibrated. The shore is too loud. The heat burns. Stay in the cool, dark center. No, I thought, clutching the wooden bird. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest. I looked down and saw a crack appearing in my gray, silken skin. A sliver of golden light was leaking out. The heat of the bird was beginning to consume me from the inside. I was a paper lantern, and the candle was growing too large. I didn't slow down, I ran. The water became more turbulent, waves of black ink crashing against me. I was losing my shape. My legs were stretching, becoming long and spindly like the verticalities. My head was flattening, the eyes in my sternum blinking rapidly against the spray. I reached the point where the water met the land, but there was no sand, no rocks. There was only a wall of gray fog that felt as solid as stone. I hammered against it with my fists. Let me through. The fog didn't move. It was the boundary of the frequency, the limit of the lake's reach. To the world outside, I was just a ripple on the surface, a trick of the light in a haunted valley. I looked at the wooden bird. It was white-hot now, the wood beginning to crumble into ash. I knew what I had to do. It was the only way to break the resonance. I didn't throw the bird, I swallowed it. The heat was instantaneous and total. It wasn't the heat of a fire. It was the heat of a life being lived all at once. I felt the first breath I ever took, the taste of a summer peach, the sting of a scraped knee, the crushing weight of my father's funeral, the electric touch of Sarah's hand on our wedding night. I became a supernova of human experience in a world of gray static. The wall of fog didn't just break, it evaporated. The silence of the lake was torn apart by a scream that wasn't mine, but the collective scream of everything the lake had ever stolen. I felt a violent, upward thrust. I was gasping for air, real air, air that smelled of pine needles and damp earth and gasoline. I was lying on my back in the dirt. Above me, the stars were sharp and cold, fixed points of light in a sky that didn't pulse. I could hear the distant hum of the highway, the beautiful, chaotic noise of a world that didn't care about balance. I rolled onto my side and vomited. Not silt, not gray sand, but clear, bitter bile. My body ached. My skin was scratched and bleeding. I was heavy. I was solid. I looked at my hands. They were covered in mud, but they were my hands. No eyes in the palms, no ribbons of light, just flesh and bone. I stood up shakily. I was at the trailhead. My truck was parked 20 yards away, its windshield covered in a thin layer of frost. I walked toward it, my legs trembling. I reached into my pocket, my heart stopping for a beat. The keys were there. I pulled them out. They were cold, heavy, and real. I didn't know how, and I didn't care. I unlocked the door and climbed inside. The interior of the truck smelled of old coffee and stale cigarettes. It was the most wonderful smell in the world. I started the engine. The roar of the V8 was a symphony. I turned on the heater, blasting the vents until the air burned my skin. I drove. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't look at the lake as I passed it. I kept my eyes on the white line of the highway, the anchor that would lead me home. As I pulled into my driveway, the house looked exactly as it should. The porch light was on. The blue curtains in the living room were drawn. I got out of the truck and walked to the front door. My hand shook as I fit the key into the lock. It turned with a familiar, satisfying click. I stepped inside, Sarah. She came out of the kitchen. She looked the same but different. Her eyes were bright, her skin flushed with life. She looked at me, and for a second, a flicker of something, confusion, perhaps, or a lingering echo of a dream crossed her face. "Marcus," she said, "you're back late. Did you get the truck started?" I froze, back late. "How long have I been gone?" I asked, my voice rasping. She laughed, a light musical sound. "Only a few hours. You said you were going to check the battery. Why are you looking at me like that?" I looked past her into the kitchen. The wooden bird was sitting on the windowsill. It wasn't charred. There was no eye carved into its base. It was just a piece of wood carved by a 7-year-old boy for his father. I looked at the sink. It was dry. I had a hard time," I said, stepping toward her. She wrapped her arms around me, and the warmth of her body was so intense I almost wept. "You smell like the woods," she whispered. I held her tight, buried my face in her neck. I wanted to believe it. I wanted to believe that the lake was just a nightmare, a trick of the valley's isolation. But as I held her, I looked over her shoulder at the hallway mirror. In the reflection, Sarah was smiling, but her eyes weren't looking at me. They were looking at the space just behind my head, and for a fraction of a second, the reflection didn't show the hallway. It showed a verticality of shimmering static, standing right behind us, its long, spindly fingers resting gently on our shoulders. I didn't let go. I couldn't. Because I realized then that the lake hadn't lost. It had just expanded its borders. The valley was no longer miles away. The valley was here. The valley was the house. The valley was the hug. And the names were still being called. The weight of her was the only thing keeping me from floating upward and dissolving into the ceiling fan. Her skin felt like sun-warmed velvet. Her hair smelled of the apple-scented shampoo she'd used for a decade, and her heart, I could feel it thumping against my sternum, was a frantic, rhythmic clock ticking away the seconds of a life I had fought to reclaim. But the reflection in the hallway mirror didn't lie, even if my senses tried to. The thing standing behind us in the silvered glass wasn't a shadow. It was a puncture wound in reality, a tall, flickering distortion that mimicked the shape of a man but possessed the density of a nightmare. "You're shaking," Sarah whispered into my collarbone. She pulled back just an inch, her hands sliding down to my forearms. Her touch was firm, grounding, but as she moved, I saw the trail of her fingers. For a heartbeat where her skin left mine, there was a faint, luminous static, the same gray-violet glow of the lake's depths. It vanished instantly, swallowed by the mundane yellow light of the hallway, but the afterimage burned in my retinas like a camera flash. "I'm just cold," I said. The lie felt like a stone in my mouth, the heater in the truck. It took a while to kick in. "Let's get you some tea," she said, turning toward the kitchen. I followed her, my boots clumping on the hardwood. Every sound was too loud, too deliberate. The house was performing the role of a home with terrifying precision. The refrigerator hummed, the clock on the wall ticked. A stray rug was slightly bunched near the cellar door. It was perfect. It was a masterpiece of mimicry. As Sarah moved to the stove, I looked at the wooden bird on the windowsill. It was the original, the one from before the fire, before the grief, before the valley. Its wings were smooth, its beak slightly lopsided where my 7th-year-old hands had slipped with the whittling knife. There was no charred eye, there was no heat. I reached out a trembling finger and touched its back. It was cold, not the cold of a drafty room, but the absolute sucking cold of the archive. My fingertip didn't feel wood, it felt the absence of matter. I pulled my hand back, a jolt of static electricity snapping between the bird and my skin. Sarah didn't notice. She was busy reaching for the ceramic teapot, the blue one with the chipped spout. "The police called while you were out," she said casually, her back to me. "They said they found a hiker near the trailhead, someone who looked a lot like you, Marcus. They thought it was a twin or maybe a prank." The air in my lungs turned to slush. What did they do with him? "Oh, they didn't do anything," she said, her voice dropping into a lower, more resonant register. She turned around, the teapot held between her hands. Her face was still Sarah's, but the muscles were moving with that same jagged, mechanical rhythm I'd seen in the backyard. They couldn't catch him. He just walked into the water. They said the lake didn't even ripple when he stepped in. It was like he was walking home. She set the teapot down on the counter. It made no sound, no clink of ceramic on laminate. It just occupied the space. "Marcus," she said, stepping toward me, "why are you still holding onto the heat? It's making the edges of the room fray. You're making it hard for the house to stay solid." "This isn't the house," I rasped. I backed away, my heel catching on the lip of the linoleum. "This is the middle of the lake. We're under the water right now, aren't we?" Sarah, or the thing wearing her shape, tilted her head. The movement was too wide, her neck stretching a fraction of an inch further than a human spine should allow. "Does it matter? You have the tea, you have the bird, you have me. Isn't this what you wanted when you drove into the valley? To go back to the way things were before the silence started?" "I wanted the truth," I said. "I didn't want a copy." "Truth is a luxury of the dry world," she replied. She reached out and touched my cheek. Her hand was no longer warm. It felt like a wet sheet of plastic. "In the deep, there is only the record. And the record says you are Marcus, and I am Sarah, and we are happy. If you keep fighting the frequency, the record will break. And if the record breaks, there's nothing left but the silt." I looked down at my chest. The golden light from the bird I had swallowed was still there, a faint amber pulse beneath my ribs. It was dimming, being smothered by the overwhelming pressure of the house's simulated reality. Every second I spent in this kitchen, every word I exchanged with this phantom, I was being edited. My memories of the real Sarah, the way she smelled when she was angry, the scar on her thumb from a gardening accident, the specific way she laughed at bad puns, were being replaced by these clean, sterilized versions. I was being overwritten. "I have to go back," I whispered. "You are back," she insisted, her voice vibrating through the floorboards. "Look at the window, Marcus. See the garden, see the neighbor's dog." I looked. Beyond the glass, the suburban street was a postcard of normalcy. A car drove by, its headlights sweeping across the driveway. A porch light flickered on across the street. It was a beautiful, convincing lie. But I looked at the dog, a golden retriever sitting on the sidewalk. It didn't move. It didn't breathe. Its fur was a single, molded mass of gray static, painted over with the suggestion of gold. I turned and ran for the front door. "Marcus, don't," she screamed, and her voice finally broke. It wasn't Sarah's scream. It was the sound of 1,000 names being shouted underwater, a gargling, distorted roar that shook the walls. I grabbed the brass handle of the front door. It felt like a piece of frozen meat. I twisted it, and the door didn't open. It peeled away like wet cardboard. I stepped out onto the porch, but there was no porch. There was only the gray sand. The house was behind me, a glowing cube of yellow light sitting in the middle of a vast, featureless wasteland of silt and fog. The neighborhood was gone. The street, the cars, the neighbor's dog, they were all gone, dissolved back into the gray soup of the lake's floor. I stood in the darkness, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The cold was absolute now. I could feel the golden ember in my stomach flickering, a dying coal in a blizzard. "You can't leave the center," a voice said. I turned, it was Elas. He was standing a few yards away, but he wasn't a man anymore. He was a pillar of verticality, a shimmering column of light and shadow that vaguely resembled a human silhouette. His eyes were two spinning vortices of white noise. "The bird is almost gone, Marcus," Elas vibrated. "The heat you stole is being absorbed by the archive. You're becoming a permanent entry." I drove the truck out, I argued, though my voice sounded like a distant radio signal. I felt the road. I saw the highway. "You drove in a circle," Elas said. "The lake doesn't have exits. It only has layers. You just moved from the archive to the gallery. You thought you were home because the gallery shows you what you want to see, but the gallery is just a different kind of cage." I looked back at the house. Through the broken door, I could see the Seraphim standing in the hallway. She was weeping, but no tears fell from her eyes, only thin ribbons of gray sand that piled up on the floorboards. "Why?" I shouted at the void. "Why keep me here? I'm just one person. I'm nothing." "You are a displacement," Elas replied. "The lake is a vacuum of memory. It needs the weight of the living to keep the dead from floating away. Every name it calls is a hook. Every person it takes becomes a pillar. Without you, the silence would have no shape. Without you, the lake would just be water. With you, it is a history." I felt a sudden, sharp tug at my feet. The gray sand was rising, swirling around my ankles like a dry tide. I tried to lift my legs, but they were heavy, turning into the same wet cement I'd felt earlier. The golden light in my chest gave one final, desperate throb. The truck, I thought, the truck was real. I looked toward the spot where I had parked. In the gray fog, I could see the metallic glint of the fender. It wasn't a hallucination. It was a foreign object, a piece of the world that didn't belong here. It was the only thing that hadn't been created by the lake's frequency. "The keys," I muttered. I reached into my pocket. The brass keys were still there, but they were changing. They were becoming translucent, turning into shards of ice. I scrambled toward the truck, my hands clawing at the silt. The Seraphim came out of the house, her movements fluid and terrifyingly fast. She didn't walk, she glided over the sand, her hands reaching out like hooks. "Stay with me, Marcus," she wailed, the sound of physical pressure that pushed against my eardrums. "Don't go back to the noise. It's so loud out there. It hurts." I reached the truck. I grabbed the door handle, and for a second the metal burned my hand with a cold so intense it felt like fire. I pulled. The door groaned, the hinges screaming with the sound of rusted iron. I fell into the driver's seat. The interior was already filling with fog. The dashboard was melting, the plastic turning into a gray slurry that dripped onto the floor mats. I jammed the key into the ignition. It wouldn't turn. The lock cylinder was filled with sand. "Please," I whispered, slamming my palm against the steering wheel. "Please, just once." The Seraphim reached the window, her face pressed against the glass. the skin flattening and spreading until her features were a smeared mess of gray flesh. Her fingers began to poke through the weather stripping, long and needle-thin. I closed my eyes. I didn't think about the truck. I didn't think about the road. I thought about the heat I had swallowed. I thought about the moment the bird had turned to ash in my throat. I reached deep inside, past the fear, past the silt, and found the tiny, microscopic spark of the real Marcus, the one who had survived the fire, the one who had loved a woman who was now dead and gone. I didn't try to start the engine. I tried to start the memory. I visualized the spark plug firing. I visualized the gasoline exploding in the cylinders. I visualized the friction of the tires on the asphalt. The truck shuddered. A low, guttural growl vibrated through the frame. A vroom. The sound was a thunderclap in the silence of the lake. The fog inside the cab was blown back by a sudden gust of hot, oily air. The Sarah thing recoiled, her hands snapping back as if they'd been burned. The house behind her flickered, the yellow light turning into a jagged scream of violet static. I slammed the truck into gear. There was no road, but I drove anyway. I drove toward the amber jewels of the highway lights that I could still see in my mind's eye. The truck didn't move forward so much as it tore through the fabric of the gray world. The windshield shattered, but instead of glass falling inward, the fog was sucked out. I felt a violent pressure change, my ears popping with a sound like a gunshot. The gray sand turned into gravel. The fog turned into night air. I was screaming, though I couldn't hear myself over the roar of the engine. The truck was falling, tumbling through a darkness that had no top or bottom. And then, with a bone-jarring thud, I hit something solid. The truck bounced, the suspension groaning as it bottomed out. I was thrown against the steering wheel, the airbag deploying with a white-hot flash and a cloud of chemical dust. Silence. I lay there for a long time, the taste of copper in my mouth and the smell of burnt powder in my nose. My head was ringing, a high-pitched whine that drowned out everything else. Slowly, I pushed the deflated airbag aside. The truck was nose down in a ditch. The headlights were smashed, but the parking lights were still flickering, casting a weak, orange glow on the surroundings. I was on the side of the highway, a real highway. I could see the green reflective sign for the valley turnoff 100 yards back. I crawled out of the shattered window, my clothes torn and my skin covered in a fine layer of gray dust that the wind was already beginning to whisk away. I stood on the asphalt, my legs feeling like lead, but my feet were touching a surface that didn't give way. I looked back toward the valleys. The lake was there, a dark, flat mirror tucked between the black silhouettes of the mountains. It looked peaceful. It looked like a postcard. There were no lights, no houses, no verticalities, just the water and the silence. But as I watched, a single ripple spread out from the center of the lake. It was small, barely a tremor on the surface. And then I heard it. It wasn't a vibration in the water. It wasn't a whisper in my head. It was a voice coming from the speaker of my truck, which was still somehow playing through the wreckage. Marcus, the voice said. It was Sarah, her real voice, the one with the slight rasp in the morning, the one that used to call me to dinner. Marcus, you forgot the keys. I reached into my pocket. My hand came back empty. I looked at the ignition of the truck. The keys weren't there either. The lock cylinder was empty, a dark hole in the steering column. The truck hadn't started because of the keys. It had started because the lake had let me go. I looked down at the asphalt. Sitting right between my feet, glinting in the flickering orange light of the parking lamps, was a single brass key. It wasn't a car key. It wasn't a house key. It was the key to the blue door, the one from the house that wasn't there. I picked it up. It was heavy. It was warm. And as I held it, I realized that I wasn't on the highway at all. I was standing on the shore, the water lapping at my boots, and the highway was just a flickering image projected onto the fog. The lake hadn't let me go. It had just changed the scenery again. As I looked at the key in my hand, then I looked at the dark waters. Somewhere deep below the surface, the Marcus thing was sitting in a kitchen, drinking tea with a woman who looked like my wife. He had the life, he had the house, he had the weight. I was the one who was out of balance. I didn't run this time, I didn't scream. I simply turned toward the water and began to walk. I had the key, and I knew exactly which door it opened. The lake called my name one last time, and for the first time in a year, I answered. The water was not cold. That was the first true horror of it. It should have been bone-chilling, a physical shock to the system that triggered the primal urge to thrash and climb back toward the air. Instead, it was tepid, the temperature of a bath left too long in a drafty room. It felt like stepping into a heavy, liquid silk that didn't so much wet my skin as it did claim it. I watched the highway sign, the green reflective board that promised a world of exits and mile markers, begin to shimmer and dissolve. It didn't fade like a mist. It peeled away in digital strips, revealing the dark, jagged pines of the valley floor behind it. The truck, my sanctuary of steel and gasoline, was nothing more than a heap of wet driftwood and rusted scrap metal, half submerged in the shallows. The headlights weren't flickering. They were the bioluminescent eyes of something deep and ancient, watching me return. The key in my hand pulsed. It was the only thing in this shifting landscape that felt solid. It had a weight that defied its size, a gravity that seemed to pull my entire arm downward toward the silt. "You're late," a voice whispered. It didn't come from the shore or the woods. It came from the bubbles rising around my knees. I kept walking. The water rose to my waist, then my chest. The pressure began to mount, a dull ache in my lungs that felt less like a need for oxygen and more like a requirement to change the way I breathed. I looked down through the dark tea-colored water and saw the floor of the lake. It wasn't sand. It wasn't rock. It was a library of discarded things. Thousands of keys lay scattered across the bottom, silver and brass and iron, half buried in the muck. There were wedding rings that caught the faint, sourceless light of the depths. There were spectacles, lockets, and small porcelain dolls with cracked faces. Each object was a tether, a physical manifestation of a memory someone had tried to carry out of the valley and failed. I reached the drop-off. The shelf of the lake bed vanished into an absolute velvety blackness. I took the step. Falling through the water felt like falling through a dream of flight. The bubbles didn't go up. They swirled around me in complex geometric patterns, forming the outlines of rooms I recognized. For a moment, I was falling through my childhood bedroom. I could see the glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling, but when I reached out to touch them, my fingers passed through cold, stinging jellyfish. Then I was in the office where I'd worked for 6 years, the sound of typing replaced by the rhythmic clicking of shrimp. The deeper I went, the more the house began to reassemble itself around me. It wasn't the house from the gallery, the perfect, sterilized suburban trap. This was the house of the archive. It was made of the things I had forgotten, the parts of my life I had deemed too painful or too mundane to keep. The walls were textured with the wallpaper from the hallway of my first apartment, the one Sarah and I had shared when we were broke and happy. The floor was the cracked linoleum of her grandmother's kitchen, and there, standing in the center of a room that was both a kitchen and a cathedral of kelp, was the blue door. It stood alone, unsupported by any frame, a slab of weathered wood painted the color of a bruise. The Sarah thing was not there. Elas was not there. There was only the sound of my own heartbeat, muffled and slow, like a drum played under a thick rug. I held up the key. It was glowing now, a fierce, angry violet that cut through the murk. As I approached the door, the water began to vibrate. The pressure in my ears became a scream. I could feel the golden ember in my chest, the last scrap of the real Marcus fighting to stay alight. It knew that once I opened this door, there would be no more Marcus. There would only be the record. I reached for the handle. "Don't," a voice said. I froze. I turned my head slowly, my neck creaking with the effort. It was me. Not the shadow man from the mirror, and not the flickering distortion from the truck. It was a man who looked exactly as I had the day of the fire. My face was smudged with soot, my eyes bloodshot, and wide with a terror I had spent a year trying to bury. This version of me was holding a charred photograph, the one of Sarah at the lake, the one I had watched turn to ash in the real world. "If you open it," the other Marcus said, his voice reaching me through the water as a series of low-frequency thumps, "you'll never have to feel the burn again. But you'll never feel the warmth, either. You'll just be a page in a book that no one reads." I'm tired of the noise, I told him, the words manifesting as a cloud of gray silt from my mouth. I'm tired of the names. "The names are the only thing that proves we were there," he said. He stepped closer. His skin was translucent, showing the flickering orange glow of a fire that was still burning inside his chest. He hadn't swallowed the lake's light. He was still carrying the fire from the surface. "The lake wants to balance the ledger, Marcus. It wants to trade your grief for its silence. But grief is a shape. Silence is just a hole." I looked at the blue door. I could hear something behind it. It wasn't Sarah's voice. It was the sound of a pen scratching on paper. Endless, frantic writing. "What's behind it?" I asked. "The truth you asked for," the other Marcus said. He smiled, and it was the saddest thing I had ever seen. "The truth is that she didn't leave a ghost. She didn't leave a memory. She just left. And the lake is trying to fill the space she occupied with a copy of you." I looked at the key. The violet light was so bright now it was blinding. It was beautiful. It promised an end to the shivering. It promised a house that would never burn and a wife who would never die. I looked at the other Marcus, the version of me that was still hurting, still charred, still human. "You're the part of me that wants to stay in the fire," I said. "I'm the part of you that's real," he countered. I turned back to the door. I felt the weight of the year I had spent mourning. I felt the cold of the valley and the madness of the names. I thought about the truck in the ditch and the highway that wasn't there. I took the key and I didn't put it in the lock. I gripped it in both hands and I squeezed. The key didn't break. It wasn't metal. It was a concentrated essence of the lake's will. As I squeezed, the violet light flared, searing into the palms of my hands. I felt the skin blister and peel, but I didn't let go. I poured every ounce of the fire I had left, the anger, the bitterness, the raw, jagged edges of my loss, into that cold, violet shape. The key began to hiss. The water around my hands began to boil. The blue door shuddered. the scratching sound behind it stopped. Marcus, 1,000 voices screamed at once. The lake itself seemed to contract, the pressure suddenly becoming violent, trying to crush me into a single point of matter. I screamed back, a soundless roar of defiance, and snapped the key. The explosion wasn't loud. It was a total inversion of light and sound. The violet light turned white, then black, then a color I have no name for. The blue door shattered into a million splinters of ice. The archive collapsed. The hallway of my first apartment, the linoleum of the kitchen, the glow-in-the-dark stars, they all tore away like wet tissue paper. I saw the Seraphine one last time, standing in the ruins of the house in the gallery. She wasn't weeping anymore. She was unraveling, her body turning into long threads of gray static that were being sucked into a vortex at the center of the lake. I felt a hand grab my collar. It was the other Marcus. He wasn't translucent anymore. He was solid, his grip like iron. He didn't say anything. He just kicked, a powerful, desperate surge toward the surface. We rose like a bubble of air. The darkness of the deep gave way to the gray of the mid-depths, then the murky green of the shallows. The pressure began to lift, the crushing weight of the archive falling away. I saw the moon. It was a pale, distorted disk through the surface of the water, but it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. It wasn't a projection. It wasn't a memory. It was just a cold, dead rock in the sky, and it was real. We broke the surface. I gasped, my lungs burning as they took in the first hit of freezing mountain air. I coughed up a mouthful of gray, metallic-tasting silt and thrashed my arms, fighting to stay afloat. I was alone. The other Marcus was gone. There was no one holding my collar. There was no one in the water with me. I swam toward the shore, my muscles screaming and my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. My hands found the gravel of the bank, real gravel, sharp and cold. I dragged myself out of the water, collapsing onto the stones. I lay there for a long time, shivering so hard my teeth clattered. The silence of the valley was different now. It wasn't the heavy, predatory silence of the lake. It was just the quiet of the woods at night. I looked at my hands. They were scarred. Deep, jagged lines of white tissue ran across my palms, following the shape of the key I had broken. They didn't hurt anymore, but they were a permanent record of what had happened, a record I had written myself. I looked out at the lake. It was perfectly still. No ripples, no voices, no names. I stood up, my legs shaking. I looked for the truck, but it wasn't in a ditch. It was parked exactly where I had left it when I first arrived at the trailhead. The windows weren't smashed. The dashboard wasn't melted. I walked to it, my boots crunching on the real earth. I reached into my pocket and found my actual car keys, the ones with the dented fob and the little plastic keychain Sarah had bought me in Maine. I climbed into the cab and sat there for a moment, the heater core clicking as it cooled down. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't want to see who was looking back. I started the engine. The sound was glorious, the messy, imperfect combustion of an old machine. I turned the wheel and drove. I drove past the green reflective sign. I drove onto the highway. I drove until the mountains were just a dark serrated edge on the horizon, and the sun began to bleed over the eastern plains. I thought I had won. I thought I had broken the cycle. But as I reached for the radio to drown out the sound of the wind, I saw something in the passenger seat. It was a small, wooden bird. It was charred, its wings were black and brittle, and its eyes were two empty, burnt-out holes. I reached out and touched it. It was warm. And then from the speakers of the truck, very softly, under the static of a distant station, I heard it. Unnamed. But it wasn't my name, and it wasn't Sarah's. It was a name I didn't recognize, a name for someone who hadn't been taken yet. The lake hadn't lost, it had just changed its messenger. The gold wasn't in my chest anymore, it was in the bird, and the bird was in the world. I looked at the road ahead, the long gray ribbon of the interstate stretching out into a future that felt like a falling dream. I didn't pull over. I didn't throw the bird out the window. I knew it wouldn't matter. The valley was no longer behind me. The valley was the road. The valley was the car. The valley was the breath in my lungs. I gripped the steering wheel, the scars on my palms itching as the sun hit them. I hear you, I whispered to the empty cab. The bird's charred beak seemed to twitch just a fraction of an inch. And in the distance, the first siren of the morning began to wail, sounding exactly like a name being shouted underwater. The siren grew louder, a jagged streak of sound that sliced through the pre-dawn mist of the interstate. It wasn't a police cruiser or an ambulance, at least not in the way those things usually manifested. The sound had a rhythmic, wet quality to it, like a lung struggling to clear itself of fluid. I watched the rearview mirror, my knuckles white against the steering wheel, the scars on my palms throbbing in time with the pulsing lights that finally appeared over the crest of the hill. They weren't blue and red. They were the same sickly violet as the key I had snapped in the depths. I didn't pull over. I pushed the accelerator down, the engine of the truck roaring in a desperate mechanical protest. The wooden bird on the passenger seat shifted. It didn't slide with the momentum of the turn. It hopped, a small, jerky movement of charred wood that made a sound like a dry branch snapping. Its hollow, burnt-out eyes were fixed on the windshield, watching the road as if it were navigating. "Where are we going?" I asked. My voice was a rasp, a ghost of the sound it used to be. The bird didn't answer with words. Instead, the radio dial began to spin. The digital numbers blurred, cycling through frequencies that shouldn't have existed. Static filled the cabin, not the white noise of a dead station, but the sound of 1,000 people breathing in unison. A heavy, synchronized inhalation that made the windows of the truck flex inward. Then the static broke. "Exit 42, a voice said. It wasn't Sarah. It wasn't the other Marcus. It was a voice like grinding stones, ancient and devoid of gender. The traveler is waiting. The ledger must be balanced." I looked at the dashboard. There was no exit 42 on this stretch of highway. This was a flat, featureless expanse of industrial farmland and salt flats. But as the violet lights behind me drew closer, the landscape began to warp. The cornfields on either side of the road didn't just grow. They elongated, their stalks turning into vertical ribs of bone-white wood that arched over the highway, forming a tunnel. The asphalt beneath my tires softened, the hum of the road turning into the squelch of wet moss. I tried to slam on the brakes, but my foot sank into the floorboard. The pedals were gone. The steering wheel felt like it was made of cold, dead flesh. I broke the key. I screamed at the bird. I chose the fire. I chose to be real. The bird turned its head 180 degrees to look at me. A small puff of gray ash escaped its beak. "Real is just a word for things that haven't been forgotten yet," the radio whispered. The truck veered off the road, but there was no crash. We glided onto an off-ramp that shimmered with the iridescent sheen of an oil slick. At the end of the ramp stood a lone figure next to a rusted-out sedan. The violet lights from the Phantom siren washed over the scene, illuminating a man in a tattered business suit, holding a briefcase that looked like it had been submerged in salt water for a decade. He looked up as I approached, his face a map of exhaustion and terror. He looked exactly like I had felt a year ago, lost, hollowed out, and listening for a name that would never be called by a living mouth. The truck came to a silent, impossible halt. The door on the passenger side swung open. The charred bird hopped off the seat and landed on the man's briefcase. He didn't flinch. He looked at the bird with a pathetic, desperate sort of hope, the way a drowning man looks at a jagged piece of driftwood. "Is she in there?" the man asked, his voice trembling. The voice told me if I brought the tribute, she'd be in the house, the blue door. I tried to shout, to tell him to run, to tell him that the blue door was a lie made of silt and sorrow, but my throat was full of the lake's water. I could only watch as the man reached out a trembling hand to stroke the bird's blackened feathers. "Marcus," the man said, looking at me. I froze. He knew my name, but he didn't know me. He was looking at the driver of the truck, the thing the lake had made me into. I looked down at my reflection in the side mirror. My skin was the color of a drowned moon. My eyes were no longer brown. They were the flat, reflective silver of the lake's surface. I wasn't the man who had escaped. I was the delivery system. The man climbed into the passenger seat, clutching his briefcase. He smelled of sweat and cheap cologne and a frantic human grief that made my scarred palms ache. He was so vibrant, so terribly alive in his misery that it hurt to look at him. "Drive," the bird commanded through the radio. I didn't have a choice. My hands moved of their own accord, shifting the truck into gear. We didn't go back toward the highway. We drove into the tunnel of bone-white stalks, toward the place where the horizon met the water. "My name is David," the man said, staring straight ahead. "I lost my daughter in the floods. They said they never found her, but I hear her every night. She calls from the drain in the sink. She calls from the rain on the roof. She says there's a place where the water doesn't hurt." I wanted to tell him about the archive. I wanted to tell him about the seraphing and the kitchen that tasted like copper, but the words wouldn't form. Instead, I heard myself speak in that grinding stone voice. "The lake is a good listener, David. It remembers everything we throw away." David nodded, a single tear tracking through the dust on his cheek. "I just want to see her, just for a second. I have the tribute." He opened the briefcase. It wasn't filled with money or gold. It was filled with hair ribbons, a half-eaten lollipop, and a damp, mud-stained teddy bear. The weight of his loss filled the cab, thick and suffocating. It was the weight the lake craved. It was the currency of the valley. We reached the shore, but it wasn't the shore I had left. The truck drove straight onto the surface of the water. The tires didn't sink. They left ripples of violet light that spread out toward the dark silhouettes of the mountains. In the center of the lake, the house was rebuilding itself. It wasn't the suburban house or the apartment. It was a composite, a nightmare architecture of every home David had ever known, fused together with the wreckage of my own memories. The blue door was there, standing at the top of a staircase made of frozen waves. There David cried, pointing with a shaking finger. "I see her. She's in the window." I looked. In the upper pane of a house that shouldn't exist, I saw a small shape. It looked like a child. It waved a hand that was too long, with too many joints. "David, don't," I managed to wheeze. the fire in my palms flare up. But David was already out of the truck. He was running across the water, his shoes clicking on the surface like he was sprinting across a ballroom floor. The charred bird took flight, circling his head like a vulture made of soot. As he reached the stairs, the water beneath the truck began to churn. I felt the vehicle starting to sink. The illusion was failing because the lake had what it wanted. It had a fresh heart. It had a new set of memories to file away in the dark. I forced my door open. The water was cold now, real cold, the kind that stops the heart. I fell into the blackness, my heavy, waterlogged clothes pulling me down. I saw David reach the blue door. He didn't have a key. He didn't need one. The door opened for him like a mouth. A wave of violet light exploded from the house, throwing me backward. When I surfaced, the house was gone. David was gone. The bird was gone. I was floating in the middle of the lake, under a sky that was turning the bruised purple of a true dawn. The truck was nowhere to be seen. I swam for the shore, my movements slow and agonizing. Every stroke felt like I was pulling against the weight of the names I had carried and the new ones I had just witnessed. I reached the gravel and crawled out, vomiting up clear, cold water. I looked at my hands. The scars were gone. In their place, etched into the skin of my palms in fine, black lines, was a name. David. And below it, in smaller letters, Emily. I wasn't the man who escaped. I was the librarian. I had been sent out to bring the next volume back to the shelves, and the lake had paid me in the only currency it possessed. It had given me my life back, but it had written the cost on my skin. I stood up and looked toward the road. My truck was there, parked at the trailhead. It was dusty, the tires caked in dried mud, but it was real. I walked to it, my legs feeling like they belonged to someone else. I got inside and looked in the rearview mirror. My eyes were brown again, my face was my own, but as I started the engine, a new sound came from the back seat. It was a soft, rhythmic thud. I turned around. Sitting on the floorboard was a damp, mud-stained teddy bear. I didn't throw it out. I knew better now. I put the truck in gear and drove away from the valley, away from the lake that called names. I drove toward the city, toward the millions of people living their lives in the sun, unaware of the ledger that was being kept in the dark. I had a job to do. I had names to collect. And as the sun finally crested the horizon, I realized the true horror of the lake's mercy. It hadn't let me go at all. It had just expanded its borders. The radio crackled to life. Marcus, the voice whispered. It was a new voice this time, a child's voice. I'm hungry. I looked at the teddy bear. It shifted, its glass eyes catching the morning light. I know, Emily, I said, my voice steady and cold. We're going to find someone to feed you. I drove on, a silver-eyed predator in a rusted-out truck, carrying the weight of the water into a world that thought it was dry. The lake was no longer behind me. It was in the rearview mirror, and it was getting closer with every mile I drove. The road didn't hum anymore, it hissed. It was the sound of tires on wet pavement, even though the sky was a parched, cloudless blue. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, the horizon didn't recede. The mountains, those jagged teeth of the valley, stayed exactly the same size, hovering at the edge of the world like a memory that refused to fade. I was driving 70 miles per hour away from the water, but the odometer wasn't clicking forward. The numbers stayed locked on a sequence I didn't want to decipher. I looked at the teddy bear on the floorboard. It was slumped against the transmission hump, its matted fur damp with a liquid that wasn't exactly water. It smelled of stagnant ponds and old, forgotten toys left in rain-clogged gutters. "Stop it," I whispered. My voice sounded thin, like paper tearing. The radio didn't stop. The static grew teeth. It began to shape itself into a rhythm, a heartbeat, some thump, some thump. And then the voice of the girl, Emily, came through again, clearer this time, vibrating the very plastic of the dashboard. "Marcus, I'm cold. It's so dark in the drawer." I gripped the steering wheel so hard the plastic groaned. The scars on my palms, the ones I thought had vanished, began to itch with a fierce, stinging heat. I looked down. They hadn't disappeared. They had just gone subterranean. Beneath the surface of my skin, the white lines were glowing with a faint, bioluminescent violet. They traced the map of the archive, a schematic of the hallways I had tried to burn down. "You're not Emily," I said, my teeth grit. "Emily is in the lake. You're just a recording, a piece of the silt." The teddy bear tumbled over. It didn't fall because of the car's movement. It lunged. It landed against my calf, its damp weight pressing through my jeans. I felt a sudden, piercing cold, as if a block of dry ice had been pressed against my skin. I jerked my leg, nearly swerving into the median, but the bear stayed stuck to me like a parasite. "I am what's left," the radio whispered. "I am the part he couldn't carry." The he was David. I could feel him now. It was a sickening sensation, like a phantom limb. Somewhere back in that impossible house, David was sitting at a kitchen table made of compressed salt, staring at a version of his daughter that would never grow up, never breathe, and never let him leave. And because I had been the one to ferry him there, I was tethered to the transaction. I was the witness. And in the geometry of the lake, the witness is always part of the crime. The interstate began to change. The green exit signs were blank now, stripped of their white lettering. The other cars, the minivans, the semi-trucks, the commuters, started to flicker. One moment they were solid machines of steel and glass. The next, they were translucent husks filled with gray smoke. I watched a silver sedan pass me, and for a split second I saw the driver. He had no face. Just a smooth, featureless surface of wet clay, with two dark indentations where eyes should have been. He waved at me. I didn't wave back. I floored it, the needle climbing to 80, 90, 100. The engine screamed, a high-pitched metallic wail that joined the chorus of the static. "Where are we going?" I shouted, directed at the bear, the radio, the void. To the next name the bear whispered. Its mouth didn't move. It didn't have one, just a stitched line of black thread, but the sound came from the center of its stuffing. "The archive has a gap, Marcus. You broke the shelf. Now you have to build a new one." The realization hit me like a physical blow. The key. When I snapped the blue key, I hadn't destroyed the archive. I had just broken the lock. The contents were leaking. The gray static, the unraveling seraphing, the thousands of voices, they weren't being sucked into a vortex to be destroyed. They were being exhaled. The lake was breathing out, and I was the lung. I saw a sign ahead. Finally, it had text. "Rest area 1 mile. The well is open." I didn't want to pull over. Every instinct screamed at me to keep driving until the gas ran out, and then to run until my lungs burst. But the truck wasn't mine anymore. The steering wheel jerked violently to the right, fighting my grip. The tires squealed as the vehicle forced itself onto the off-ramp. I slammed my weight against the door, trying to jump out, but the lock was fused. The handle was soft, turning into a substance that felt like wet cardboard in my hand. The truck rolled into the rest area and slowed to a crawl. It was a standard concrete slab in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by a few scrawny, wind-whipped trees. There was a single car parked under a flickering yellow street lamp, a blue hatchback, its engine idling with a rhythmic mechanical cough. A woman was standing by the vending machines. She was young, wearing a thick fleece jacket, her hair pulled back in a messy bun. She was fumbling with a coin, her brow furrowed in that mundane, everyday frustration of someone whose snack has gotten stuck. She was so real it hurt. I could see the steam of her breath in the cold air. I could see the chipped red polish on her fingernails. She was a beacon of heat in a world that was rapidly turning to ice. The teddy bear on my floorboard began to vibrate. Its damp fur started to smoke, a thin trail of gray vapor rising toward the ceiling. "No," I whispered, "not her." "She's calling," the radio hissed. "Listen, listen to the back of her head. Listen to the space between her heartbeats." I tried to close my eyes, but the violet light behind my eyelids showed me her life in a series of strobe light flashes. Her name was Claire. She was driving to see a sister she hadn't spoken to in 3 years. She was carrying a heavy knot of guilt in her chest, a secret she had kept since they were children. It was a small secret, a trivial thing to anyone else, but to her it was a mountain. It was a name she hadn't dared to say out loud. That was the hook, that was the scent the lake followed. Claire gave up on the vending machine and turned around, walking back toward her car. She caught sight of my truck. She paused, squinting against the glare of my headlights. She raised a hand to shield her eyes, a gesture of caution. "Help me," I tried to scream, but my mouth filled with the taste of silt. The words came out as a low, guttural croak. The passenger door of my truck swung open. The teddy bear didn't move, but the air in the cab shifted. A sudden, violent gust of wind blew out of the truck, carrying with it the smell of the deep water. It swept across the concrete, swirling around Claire's feet like a living thing. She froze. She looked down at the ground, her expression shifting from caution to confusion, and then to a terrible, wide-eyed recognition. "Emily," she whispered. My heart stopped. How did she know the name? Then I saw the ground beneath her. The concrete was no longer gray. It was turning into a dark, reflective surface. The shadows of the trees were stretching out, turning into long, grasping fingers that reached for the hem of her jacket. "Claire, run!" I managed to howl, breaking through the lake's grip for a fleeting second. She looked at me, but she didn't see Marcus. She saw the messenger. She saw the thing with the silver eyes and the scarred palms. To her, I was part of the nightmare that was rising from the pavement. She turned to run, but the well was already open. The space where her car had been was now a hole, a perfect circular void in the world, filled with the sound of rushing water. It wasn't a hole in the ground. It was a hole in reality. She tripped, not on a rock, but on a memory. I saw it manifest, a ghostly image of a broken bicycle, the thing she had lied about all those years ago. It tangled in her feet, pulling her down toward the dark circle. The charred bird, the one I thought I had left behind at the lake, suddenly plummeted from the night sky. It landed on her shoulder, its burnt beak snapping shut near her ear. It whispered to her. I couldn't hear the words, but I saw the effect. Claire stopped fighting. Her body went limp. The terror left her face, replaced by a hollow, vacant longing. She stood up and walked toward the void. "Wait," I scrambled across the seat, reaching out the open passenger door, desperate to grab her, to pull her back into the world of heat and friction. My hand caught her sleeve. For a second, I felt the warmth of her arm, the solid reality of a human being. It was the most electric, terrifying thing I had ever felt. It felt like life. But then the name on my palm began to burn. David. The name flared with a blinding violet light. A surge of cold energy traveled from my hand into Claire's arm. I wasn't pulling her out. I was a conduit. I was pouring the lake into her. She looked at me one last time. Her eyes were already turning silver. Thank you, she whispered. She stepped into the hole. There was no splash, just a soft, muffled sound, like a book being closed in a quiet room. The void vanished. The blue hatchback was gone. The broken bicycle was gone. The rest area was just a slab of concrete again, silent and empty under the flickering yellow light. I fell back into the driver's seat, gasping for air that felt like needles in my throat. I looked at my palms. A new name was forming, the black lines etching themselves into my skin with agonizing slowness. Claire. The teddy bear was gone. In its place on the passenger seat sat a small, leather-bound diary. It was soaked through, the ink bleeding through the cover. Claire's diary, her tribute. The radio static smoothed out into a soft, melodic hum, a lullaby. One more, the voice whispered. The shelf is almost full, Marcus. Just one more and you can go home. Home doesn't exist, I said, my voice dead. I looked in the rearview mirror. The mountains were gone. The highway was gone. There was only the road ahead, illuminated by headlights that didn't cast shadows. I wasn't in the world anymore. I was in the spaces between. I was the bridge. I put the truck in gear. I didn't need to steer. The road knew where it was going. I drove into the dark, a collector of ghosts, listening for the next name to rise from the static. The sun would never come up on this road. The moon would never set. There was only the drive, the weight of the wet things in the back, and the names written in fire on the inside of my hands. I reached for the diary. It was warm. I opened it to the first page, and as I read the words, I felt the water rising in my own lungs, slow and inevitable. I wasn't the librarian. I was the book, and the lake was finally starting to read. The ink on the damp pages of Claire's diary didn't run like normal ink. It moved with a parasitic intentionality, the cursive letters rearranging themselves into shapes that resembled the topography of the valley I had just fled. As I drove, the cabin of the truck began to grow smaller, the dashboard encroaching upon my knees, the ceiling pressing down against the crown of my head. The physical world was losing its rigidity, becoming as malleable as the silt at the bottom of the lake. I looked at the speedometer. It was pinned at 0, yet the white lines of the highway were whipping past with such velocity they looked like continuous ribbons of bone. Who is next? I asked the dashboard. My voice didn't echo. It was swallowed by the upholstery, which now felt like velvet soaked in old blood. The radio didn't answer with a name. Instead, it played a sound I hadn't heard in years, the sound of my mother's kitchen timer, a sharp, mechanical ding that signaled the end of a cycle. I looked out the side window. The interstate was gone. In its place was a suburban street, the houses identical and gray, their windows staring like the cataract-filmed eyes of the dead. This wasn't a place on a map. It was a neighborhood built from the collective dregs of every person the lake had ever swallowed. I saw David's porch swing on a house 3 doors down. I saw the blue door from the middle of the lake standing solitary in an empty lot, supported by nothing but the air. The truck slowed, guided by a force that felt like a magnet pulling on the iron in my blood. We came to a halt in front of a house that looked exactly like the one I had grown up in, right down to the rusted tricycle abandoned on the lawn. But there was a difference. The siding wasn't wood, it was pressed scales, shimmering with that familiar, bruised violet light. The passenger door opened of its own accord. "Get out, Marcus," the radio whispered. It wasn't Emily's voice anymore. It was mine. My own voice, but older, heavier, filled with the resonance of deep-water pressure. The archive requires the final binding. I stepped out onto the pavement. It felt soft, like walking on a layer of moss over a peat bog. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and wet wool. I looked at my palms. The name Claire was pulsing, the black lines turning a vivid, angry red. Below it, a new space was clearing, the skin smoothing out like a fresh sheet of vellum, waiting for the final entry. I walked up the path to my childhood home. The tricycle creaked as I passed, its front wheels spinning despite the lack of wind. I reached the front door, not the blue door, but the heavy oak one from my memories. I didn't knock. I knew the house was already empty of everything but the echo. Inside, the hallway stretched out into an impossible perspective. The walls were lined with shelves, but they didn't hold books. They held jars, thousands of them, filled with clear liquid and small, drifting objects. A wedding ring, a lock of hair, a child's tooth, a single waterlogged photograph. Each jar was labeled with a name in that fine, black script. I walked past them, my boots making no sound on the floorboards. I reached the living room. Sitting in the center of the room, in my father's old recliner, was a man. He was wearing a suit that looked like it had been tailored from shadows. His face was a shifting mosaic of everyone I had ever lost. For a second, he looked like David. Then he looked like the man I had seen in the silver sedan. Then he looked like a version of me that had never left the valley. "You're late," the man said. His voice was the sound of gravel shifting under a tide. "I brought the names," I said, holding up my hands. The scars were weeping now, a thin, violet ichor trickling down my wrists. "You brought the currency," the man corrected. He stood up, and I realized he was taller than the ceiling should allow. He bent his neck at an unnatural angle to look at me. But the lake doesn't want the names anymore. It wants the ledger. "I don't have it," I said, backed against a shelf of jars. A jar labeled Sarah rattled behind my head. "You are the ledger, Marcus. Did you think we gave your life back for free? You were the only one who ever tried to burn the archive. That made you special. It made you durable. You are the only vessel strong enough to carry the weight of the lake into the world of the sun." He stepped closer, and the room began to dissolve. The walls melted into curtains of falling water. The floor turned into a surface of black glass. We were standing back on the lake, but the water was beneath us now, and the sky was filled with the drifting, glowing names of the dead, swirling like constellations. "The lake is hungry," the man said, his face finally settling into a terrifying neutrality. "It has spent centuries in the valley, collecting the small tragedies, but it wants more. It wants the cities. It wants the oceans. It wants to drown the world in its own memories." He reached out and pressed a finger to my forehead. The cold was absolute. It wasn't just the absence of heat, it was the absence of being. "One more name, Marcus, the name that anchors you to the dry land. Give it to me, and the circle is complete." I knew what he wanted. He wanted the name of the person I was before I ever saw the water. He wanted the identity I was clinging to, the small, stubborn spark of Marcus that still thought it could escape. "No," I whispered. The man smiled, and his mouth was a dark trench. "You don't understand. You aren't giving it to me. You're already writing it." I looked down at my palms. Below Claire, a new name was appearing. It wasn't my name. It was the name of the town I was driving toward. The name of the city where millions of people were waking up, drinking coffee, and walking their dogs, blissfully unaware that a man in a rusted truck was carrying a hole in the world toward their front doors. The black lines etched themselves deep into my muscle. I screamed, but the sound was a geyser of water. The man vanished. The house vanished. I was back in the truck, sitting at a red light in the outskirts of the city. The sun was pale and weak, struggling to pierce a thick, unnatural fog that was rolling in from the highway. I looked in the rearview mirror. My eyes were no longer brown. They were silver, swirling with the silt of 1,000 drowned lives. The radio crackled. Marcus, the voice whispered. It was a chorus now, thousands of voices all speaking in unison. We're here. I looked at the sidewalk. A woman was walking a golden retriever. She stopped, her brow furrowed, looking at the fog. She sniffed the air, a look of vague confusion on her face. She smelled the lake. She smelled the names. I put the truck in gear. The pedal felt like it was underwater. I wasn't the librarian anymore. I was the flood. I drove into the heart of the city, and behind me, the pavement didn't just hiss. It began to ripple. The buildings reflected in my side mirrors weren't made of brick and glass. They were rebuilding themselves into a nightmare architecture of fused memories and frozen waves. The lake hadn't stayed in the valley. It didn't need to. It had found a way to walk. I reached the center of the bridge overlooking the harbor. I stopped the truck and got out. The air was freezing, the fog so thick I couldn't see the water below. I looked at my hands one last time. The names were glowing so brightly they hurt to look at. They weren't just names anymore. They were anchors. I climbed onto the railing. Marcus, the voices in my head pleaded. Don't, we aren't finished. I am, I said. I didn't jump to die. I jumped to see if the water would recognize its own. As I fell, the fog parted, but I didn't see the harbor. I didn't see the salt water of the ocean. I saw a blue door, standing perfectly still in the middle of the air, waiting for me to arrive. I hit the surface, and the world didn't go dark. It went violet. The lake that called names had finally called mine, and for the first time in a long time, I didn't fight the weight. I let it pull me down, past the jars, past the houses, past the memories, into the deep, silent dark where the archive was finally, terrifyingly complete. But as the water filled my lungs, I realized the final horror. The lake wasn't a place. It wasn't a god. It was a mirror, and I was the only thing left to look into it. The truck sat abandoned on the bridge, the engine still idling, the radio playing a soft, rhythmic thud. On the passenger seat, the damp diary lay open. The pages were blank now. The ink had moved. It was already looking for a new pen. The transition from the air to the water was not a collision. It was a homecoming. The harbor didn't taste of salt or the oily residue of the city's industrial pulse. It tasted of ancient rain and the mineral bitterness of the valley floor. As I sank, the city above didn't vanish. It inverted. The skyscrapers became stalactites of glass and steel hanging from a ceiling of shimmering, dark mercury. The streetlights were no longer electric. They were bioluminescent orbs, the trapped souls of those who had died with their eyes open. I didn't struggle. My lungs didn't burn. The silt that had been rising in my throat for days finally settled, filling the cavities of my chest until I felt as heavy and permanent as an anchor. I was drifting toward the blue door, which hovered in the abyss like a postage stamp on a black envelope. It was the only thing in this inverted world that possessed a shadow. Marcus. The voice didn't come from the radio or the wind. It came from the vibration of the water against my eardrums. It was a chord of 1,000 voices, a choir of the drowned. The ledger is open, they sang. Read us back to the beginning. I reached the door, my fingers, scarred with the names of the lost, brushed against the wood. It wasn't cold, it was fever-hot. The moment I touched the handle, the violet light from my palms bled into the grain of the door, turning the blue to a bruised, electric purple. The door didn't lead to a room, it led to the memory of the lake. I stepped through. I was standing in a forest, but the trees were made of calcified bone. The leaves were scraps of paper, handwritten letters, birth certificates, eviction notices, and suicide notes. They rustled in a wind that carried the taste of copper. This was the archive's true form. This was the place where the lake digested what it took. In the center of the grove stood a figure. It wasn't the man in the shadow suit. It was a woman. She was wearing a dress of woven fishing nets, and her hair was a tangle of waterweed and silver wire. Her face was perfectly smooth, lacking eyes, a nose, or a mouth. She was a blank slate. She held out a hand. In her palm lay a pen carved from the beak of the charred bird. The final entry, the choir whispered through the trees. I looked at my hand. The name of the city was fading, being replaced by a single, terrifying word, everything. The lake didn't just want the valley or the city. It wanted the concept of the after. It wanted to replace reality with its own stagnant, unchanging record. It wanted to be the only thing that remembered, which meant it had to be the only thing that existed. I won't write it, I said. My voice sounded like bubbles breaking on the surface. The faceless woman stepped forward. As she moved, the bone trees leaned toward her, their paper leaves screaming in the wind. She didn't need a mouth to speak. She projected the images directly into my marrow. I saw David's final moments, not as a tragedy, but as a beautiful, crystalline stasis. I saw Claire, not drowning, but preserved in a state of eternal, guiltless sleep. The lake offered a mercy that the world of heat and friction could never provide. The end of becoming. No more change, no more loss, just the perfect, frozen now. It's a lie, I croaked. It's not peace. It's a shelf. You're just putting us on a shelf. The woman pressed the pen into my hand. The beak was sharp, drawing a drop of violet blood from my thumb. The blood didn't fall. It floated upward, forming a tiny, dark star between us. Write, the world commanded. I looked at the blank space on my palm. I looked at the names already there, David, Emily, Claire. They weren't just names, they were lives I had helped steal. I was the bridge, the conduit, the messenger. But a bridge works both ways. If I was the ledger, then I held the ink. And if I held the ink, I could choose the ending. I didn't write the name of the city. I didn't write the word everything. I gripped the pen and began to write over the names already etched into my skin. I wrote with a ferocity that tore through the epidermis, down into the muscle and bone. I didn't write names. I wrote erasure. I wrote fire. I wrote drought. The faceless woman shrieked, a sound like a tectonic plate snapping. The bone trees began to crumble. The paper leaves ignited, not with orange flame, but with a white, blinding heat that tasted of the sun I thought I'd never see again. You are the book, the voices screamed, no longer a choir, but a panicked mob. If you burn, we all burn. Then we burn, I said. The violet light in the grove began to flicker. The water around us, the heavy, pressurized weight of the lake's memory, started to boil. Steam hissed from the ground, white and thick, obscuring the faceless woman, the jars, and the blue door. I felt my own body beginning to unravel. The silt in my lungs was turning to ash. The silver in my eyes was melting, hot tears of lead running down my cheeks. It was the most exquisite pain I had ever known because it was a physical pain. It was the pain of a living thing. I looked down at my hands. The names were gone. The skin was bubbling, turning black, but it was mine. The script was gone. The lake was losing its grip on the ledger. Marcus. I heard a voice, a real voice. It wasn't a memory or an echo. It was a shout, muffled by distance and water. I looked up, or what I thought was up. The mercury ceiling was cracking. Shafts of genuine, golden light were piercing through the dark, like spears thrown by a vengeful sun. The inverted city was dissolving, the glass stalactites shattering into harmless bubbles. I reached for the light. The faceless woman lunged for me, her net dress snagging on my boots, her smooth head tilting back in a silent howl of hunger. She was the lake's personification, the hunger of the void, and she was terrified of the heat. She tried to pull me back down into the silt, back into the quiet dark where things never changed. I kicked her away, my boot connected with something that felt like wet clay. She fell back into the boiling mist, and as she did, she began to take on a shape. For a heartbeat, she looked like my mother. Then she looked like Emily. Then she looked like a version of me that had stayed in the truck. Then she was gone. The blue door exploded into a million splinters of sapphire light. I was rising, the pressure was leaving my chest. The heaviness was falling away, staying behind in the dark where it belonged. I felt the names leaving me, not just the ones on my skin, but the memories of the names. David's face blurred. Claire's diary became a vague shape in my mind. The lake was reclaiming its own, but it was also being forced to let go of me. I broke the surface. The air hit me like a physical blow. It was cold, sharp, and smelled of salt and diesel exhaust. I wasn't in the middle of a forest or a suburban nightmare. I was in the harbor, bobbing in the choppy, gray water beneath the bridge. The fog was still there, but it was thinning, drifting away in a brisk morning breeze. Above me, the silhouette of my truck was still visible on the bridge, its hazards flashing a rhythmic amber warning. Over here, I see him. A boat, a small pilot vessel, was cutting through the water toward me. I saw the orange glow of a life ring being tossed. It hit the water with a splash that sounded like a splash, not a book closing, not a secret being kept, just water on water. I grabbed the ring. The rope was rough, the fibers biting into my palms. It was the most beautiful sensation in the world. As they pulled me toward the boat, I looked back at the spot where I had fallen. The water was dark, but the violet glow was gone. There was no hole in reality. There was only the deep, cold harbor. They hauled me onto the deck. Men in heavy coats wrapped me in wool blankets that smelled of old coffee and tobacco. They asked me my name. They asked me if I knew where I was. I tried to speak, but my throat was raw. I looked at my hands. The scars were there, the deep, jagged lines where the names had been etched, but they were just scars now, red, angry, and healing. The ink was gone, the fire was gone. My name is Marcus, I finally managed to whisper. The paramedics nodded, checking my vitals. They talked about shock, about hypothermia, about the miracle of surviving the fall. They didn't see the silver in my eyes because it was gone. They didn't smell the silt because it had been washed away. I looked up at the bridge as the boat moved toward the pier. My truck was being hooked up to a tow truck. It looked small and pathetic up there, a rusted piece of junk that had reached the end of its road. I thought about the things in the back, the boots, the jars, the teddy bear. I knew they wouldn't be there when the police opened the tailgate. They would find an empty bed, maybe some old leaves and a bit of road salt. The lake had taken back its tributes. The boat bumped against the pier. As they wheeled me onto the dock, I saw a small, wet object tangled in the netting of the boat's railing. It was a page from a diary. I reached out and snatched it before the wind could take it. The paramedics didn't notice. The paper was damp, the ink blurred and faded. Most of the words were gone, washed away by the harbor. But at the very bottom, in a fine black script that made my skin crawl, one sentence remained legible. The water is patient. I crumpled the paper into a ball and shoved it into the pocket of the wool blanket. The sun was fully up now. The city was loud, chaotic, and wonderfully, messily alive. People were honking their horns, sirens were wailing in the distance, and the smell of breakfast was wafting from a nearby diner. It was the world of heat and friction. I closed my eyes and let the paramedics wheel me toward the waiting ambulance. I knew the lake wasn't gone. It was still there, tucked away in the valley, waiting in the spaces between heartbeats, listening for the next name to fall into the static. But for now, the ledger was closed. I was no longer the bridge. I was just a man with scarred hands and a very long story that I would never, ever tell. As the ambulance doors slammed shut, I thought I heard a faint sound, a soft, melodic hum coming from the heart of the city. It sounded like a lullaby, or maybe it was just the wind through the skyscrapers. I didn't look back, I didn't listen. I just breathed the dry, dusty air of the living, and for the first time in my life, I didn't care what my name was. I only cared that I was the one saying it. The hospital was a sanctuary of sterile white light and the rhythmic, mechanical chirping of monitors. It was the antithesis of the lake's heavy, suffocating silence. Here, sound had a purpose. It signaled a heartbeat, a fluid level, a shift change. It didn't whisper secrets or demand a debt. For 3 days, I lay in a bed near the window, watching the city breathe. The doctors called my survival a statistical anomaly. They spoke of the cold water slowing my metabolism, of the angle of my entry, of the sheer fortune of a passing pilot boat. They looked at the scars on my hands with clinical curiosity, mapping the jagged, raised welts as if they were a new geography of trauma. I told them I had fallen into a briar patch before the accident. They didn't believe me, but they didn't push. In a city of millions, a man who jumps off a bridge and survives is just another broken story waiting for a discharge paper. On the 4th morning, a detective named Miller sat by my bed. He was a man made of gray edges, gray suit, gray hair, gray eyes that looked like they had seen too many things that didn't make sense. He held a clipboard with a photograph of my truck taped to the top. Registration says the vehicle belongs to a Marcus Thorne, Miller said, his voice a low gravel, but the VIN is scrubbed. The plates belong to a sedan scrapped in Ohio 3 years ago, and the odometer, well, the mechanic says the gears are fused with something that looks like lake silt, even though you pulled it out of the harbor. I looked at my hands, tracing the line where Claire used to be. The skin was pink and raw, the letters gone, but the ghost of the pressure still lingering in my nerves. It was an old truck, detective. I bought it for cash. And the cargo, Miller lined in, his shadow stretching across my white sheets. The guys who towed it said the back was empty, but the interior smelled like a swamp, and they found this on the floorboards. He reached into a plastic evidence bag and pulled out a small, waterlogged shoe, a child's sneaker caked in white mud. My heart didn't race, it grew cold, a familiar frost creeping up my spine. It was the shoe from the house in the woods. The lake hadn't taken everything back. It had left a calling card. "I don't know what that is," I said, my voice steady. "Maybe the previous owner." Miller stared at me for a long time. He wasn't looking for a confession, he was looking for a reflection. He looked like a man who had heard his own name called from a dark hallway once or twice. He sighed, tucked the bag away, and stood up. "The bridge cameras were glitching when you went over. High-frequency interference," the text said. "All we have is a blur of purple light and then a splash. You're a lucky man, Mr. Thorne, or a very unlucky one. I haven't decided yet." After he left, I reached into the bedside drawer and pulled out the crumpled piece of paper I had snatched from the boat's railing. "The water is patient." I knew then that the hospital wasn't a sanctuary. It was a waiting room. The lake didn't need the truck or the valley anymore. It had tasted the city. It had felt the heat of millions of lives, and like a predator that had found a richer hunting ground, it was adapting. I looked out the window at the skyline. The sun was setting, casting long, bruised shadows across the glass towers. For a moment, the reflections of the buildings seemed to ripple, as if the air itself were becoming fluid. I checked myself out that evening, against medical advice. My clothes were still damp in the seams, smelling faintly of that ancient mineral rot. I walked out of the sliding glass doors and into the humid evening air. The city felt different now. The noise wasn't just a cacophony, it was a vibration. I could feel the collective memory of the streets, the grief of 1,000 breakups, the echoes of old crimes, the quiet desperation of people trapped in routines they didn't choose. To the lake, this wasn't a city, it was a buffet. I began to walk. I didn't have a destination, but my feet knew the way. I was drawn toward the low points, the places where the drainage was poor, where the shadows pooled in the alleys. I passed a subway grate and stopped. From the darkness below, I heard a sound. It wasn't the roar of a train. It was the sound of a slow, rhythmic lapping. "Marcus." The whisper was faint, a mere vibration in the soles of my shoes. I stepped away from the grate, my breath hitching. I saw a man sitting on a park bench, his head in his hands. He looked up as I passed, and for a second his eyes weren't human. They were flat, silver mirrors. He didn't say anything, but as I walked away, I saw him reach down and touch a puddle on the pavement. The water didn't splash. It climbed up his fingers like a living thing, weaving itself into his skin. The infection had begun. I wasn't the flood anymore, but I was the one who had opened the gate. I was the patient zero of a haunting that didn't use ghosts, but memories. I found a small, cheap motel near the docks, a place where the walls were thin and the carpet smelled of cigarettes. I locked the door and pushed the heavy dresser in front of it. I stripped off my clothes and stood in front of the cracked mirror in the bathroom. The scars on my hands were glowing, not with the violent purple of the archive, but with a soft, persistent silver. I turned on the tap. The water came out rusty at first, then clear. I stared at it, mesmerized by the spiral of the drain. I reached out a trembling hand, wanting to touch it, wanting to feel that absolute cold again. The piece of the silt was calling to me, promising that I wouldn't have to be Marcus anymore. I wouldn't have to carry the weight of what I had done. I could just be another name in the constellation. I pulled my hand back and gripped the edge of the sink until my knuckles turned white. "No," I whispered to the empty room. "I'm still writing." I sat on the edge of the bed and opened the nightstand drawer. There was a Gideon Bible inside, its pages yellowed and crisp. I tore out the blank flyleaf at the back. I found a pen on the floor, a cheap plastic ballpoint with a chewed cap. I began to write, not names, not stories. I wrote instructions. I wrote everything I knew about the man in the truck, about the jars, about the way the water changed the light. I wrote about the blue door and the faceless woman. I wrote until my hand cramped, filling the small scrap of paper with a frantic, tiny script. If the lake was a mirror, then it needed a witness. If I was the only one who knew how it worked, then I was the only one who could break the reflection. I heard a thud against the motel door. It wasn't a knock, it was the sound of a heavy, wet weight hitting the wood. Thump, 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 like a heart beating in a chest full of water. "Marcus," a voice said from the hallway. It was David's voice. "It's cold out here. Let us in." I didn't answer. I backed away from the door, clutching the piece of paper. The bottom of the door began to darken. A thin line of black water was seeping through the gap, defying the incline of the floor, crawling toward me like an ink stain. I realized then that the lake hadn't lost me. It had just let me light it to the heart of the world. I was the scout. I was the one who had carried the scent of the valley into the lungs of the city. The water reached my shoes. It didn't feel like liquid. It felt like 1,000 tiny needles piercing the leather. I jumped onto the bed, my heart hammering against my ribs. The black pool spread across the carpet, and from its center, a shape began to rise. It was a hand made of fused memories, of silver silt and rusted wire. It reached for the edge of the mattress, its fingers elongated and translucent. I looked at the window. It was a 3-story drop to an alleyway filled with trash. I didn't think. I wrapped the piece of paper in a plastic laundry bag, shoved it into my pocket, and threw myself through the glass. The world shattered. I hit the dumpster below with a bone-jarring thud, the smell of rotting food and cold metal filling my senses. I scrambled out, my vision swimming, blood dripping from a dozen small cuts on my face. I didn't look back at the window. I knew what was up there. I knew the room was already full of the lake. I ran through the maze of the city, avoiding the main streets, sticking to the places where the light was harsh and artificial. I needed to find a place that was dry, a place that had never known the touch of the valley. I ended up at a 24-hour laundromat. The air inside was hot and thick with the smell of bleach and detergent. The roar of the industrial dryers was a wall of sound that drowned out the whispers. I sat in a plastic chair in the corner, my chest heaving, watching the cycles of the machines. The bleach, that was the key. The lake was a record of tragedies, a collection of stains. It couldn't exist where things were scrubbed clean. I took the piece of paper out of my pocket. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely hold it. I looked at the scars. They were fading. The heat of the laundromat, the chemical sting in the air, it was hurting the lake. I stayed there for hours, watching the sun rise through the soapy windows. People came and went, tired workers, night owls, the ghosts of the city. I watched them closely, looking for the silver in their eyes, looking for the wet footprints on the tile. I didn't see any, not yet. As the city woke up, I walked to a nearby post office. I bought an envelope and a stamp. I addressed it to Detective Miller at the precinct. I didn't include a return address. I folded the scrap of paper, the manual for a haunting, and slipped it inside. "Good luck," I whispered as I dropped it into the slot. I walked out into the morning light. The air was dry. The sky was a hard, brilliant blue. For the first time since I had seen the truck on the side of the road, I felt like I was standing on solid ground. But as I crossed the street, I passed a fountain in a small plaza. A group of children were playing near the edge, laughing as the water sprayed into the air. I stopped and watched them. One of the little girls turned around. She had a small, silver bird pinned to her coat. She looked at me, and her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Marcus," she mouthed. She didn't say it. The sound didn't travel through the air. It traveled through the vibration of the fountain's pump, through the pipes beneath the pavement, through the very moisture in my own breath. I didn't run this time. I couldn't. I walked to the edge of the fountain and looked into the water. My reflection was there, but it wasn't alone. Standing behind me, shimmering just beneath the surface, were thousands of them. David, Claire, the man in the shadow suit, the faceless woman. They were all there, a submerged city of the lost, waiting for the next rain. The girl walked over and stood beside me. She reached out a small, damp hand and touched the scar on my palm. "The archive isn't complete," she said, her voice like the sound of a distant shore. "It's just moving to a larger volume." I looked at the city around me, the millions of names, the millions of tragedies, the millions of jars waiting to be filled. I realized that I hadn't stopped the flood. I had just given it a map. I looked down at my hand. A new name was forming. It wasn't a person. It wasn't a place. It was a date, today's date. The lake that called names had finally found a way to stop time. It wasn't going to drown the world in water. It was going to drown it in the past. I stood up and walked away from the fountain. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to keep moving. As long as I was walking, the water couldn't settle. As long as I was breathing, the ink couldn't dry. I reached the corner and saw a bus pulling up. The destination sign on the front flickered, the LED lights blurring for a second. "The Valley," it read. Then it shifted back to downtown. I stepped onto the bus. I paid my fare with a handful of coins that felt like cold stones. I sat in the back, leaning my head against the window. Outside, the first clouds of a massive storm were gathering on the horizon. The air was growing heavy. The pressure was dropping. I closed my eyes and listened to the rain start to tap against the glass. Thump, thump, thump. The lake was calling, and this time it wasn't just calling for me, it was calling for everyone. I reached into my pocket and found a small, sharp piece of glass from the motel window. I held it against the skin of my forearm, right above the pulse. "I'm still writing," I whispered to the rising thunder. And as the first drops of the deluge began to flood the gutters of the city, I began to carve the only name that mattered. The name of the man who would be the last to remember the sun. The bus hissed as it pulled away from the curb, the sound of the pneumatic brakes mimicking a long, weary sigh. I sat in the very back row, where the engine heat vibrated through the plastic seat, a desperate mechanical warmth that I clung to like a lifeline. Outside, the city was transforming. The sky hadn't just turned gray, it had turned the color of a dead fish's belly, a bruised, iridescent silver that seemed to press down on the skyscrapers. The rain began in earnest then. It wasn't a mist or a drizzle. It was a rhythmic, heavy pounding, each drop large and cold, hitting the pavement with a sound like 1,000 tiny footsteps. I watched the commuters on the sidewalk. They popped open umbrellas, black, red, polka-dotted, creating a canopy of nylon that shielded them from the sky but did nothing to protect them from the ground. The gutters were already overflowing. The water didn't swirl into the drains. It seemed to hesitate there, pooling into dark, glassy mirrors that reflected things that weren't in the sky. I looked at my forearm. The glass shard was tucked into the fold of my palm. I hadn't cut yet. I was waiting for the right moment, for the moment the bus crossed the bridge or passed a graveyard, some threshold where the veil was thinnest. A woman sat down 2 rows in front of me. She was clutching a grocery bag, her hair plastered to her forehead by the rain. She looked exhausted, the kind of deep-seated weariness that comes from years of moving through a life that doesn't fit. She reached into her bag and pulled out a cell phone. The screen lit up, casting a pale blue glow on her face, the exact hue of the archive's lanterns. She began to scroll. I leaned forward, my breath fogging the window. I could see the reflection of her screen in the glass. She wasn't looking at social media or news. She was looking at a contact list. Thousands of names scrolling past in a blur. Her thumb stopped. She tapped a name. "Hello," she whispered. Her voice was thin, trembling. Is anyone there? I heard you calling." She listened for a moment, her eyes widening. A single tear tracked through the dampness on her cheek, but it wasn't clear. It was a dark, silty gray. "I'm coming," she said to the dead phone. "I didn't know you were still in the water. I'm coming." She stood up abruptly, even though we were in the middle of a bridge, nowhere near a stop. She pulled the yellow cord. The bell chimed, a flat, metallic clunk that sounded like a bell underwater. The bus driver didn't protest. He didn't even look in the rearview mirror. He just slowed the heavy vehicle to a crawl. The doors folded open. The wind whipped in, carrying the scent of the valley, the smell of wet earth, old wood, and something metallic, like blood in a sink. The woman stepped out into the deluge. She didn't head for the sidewalk. She walked straight to the railing of the bridge. I stood up, the glass shard biting into my skin. "Don't," I shouted, but my voice felt muffled, as if I were speaking through a thick layer of wool. The other passengers didn't move. A businessman in a sharp suit was staring at a puddle on the floor of the bus, his lips moving silently. An old man was tracing the veins on the back of his hand as if they were a map. They were all listening. They were all hearing the names. I stumbled toward the front of the bus. "Stop the bus. You have to stop." The driver turned his head. His cap was pulled low, but I could see his jaw. The skin was translucent, stretched tight over bone that looked like polished driftwood. He didn't have eyes. He had 2 smooth, wet indentations where the sockets should have been. "The route is fixed, Marcus," he said. His voice wasn't a voice at all. It was the sound of tires on a wet road. "We all go to the terminal eventually." I backed away, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I looked out the front windshield. The road ahead wasn't asphalt anymore. It was a river of black ink, the lane lines glowing with a faint, bioluminescent purple. The buildings on either side were melting, their windows stretching into long, weeping eyes. The city was being reclaimed. The lake wasn't a place, it was a state of being. It was the gravity of everything forgotten, pulling the world down into the silt. I scrambled back to my seat, my hands shaking. I needed to write. I needed to anchor myself. I took the glass shard and pressed it against the skin of my inner arm. I didn't feel the pain, only a sharp, cold clarity. I began to carve. I didn't carve my name. I didn't carve a date. I carved the word dry. The blood welled up, bright and red, the only honest color in a world of gray and purple. As the red ran down my arm, the air around me seemed to flicker. The smell of the swamp receded, replaced for a second by the scent of copper and salt. I looked out the window. The woman on the bridge was gone. There was only a ripple in the water below, a circle that expanded until it touched both shores. The bus hit a bump and the lights flickered. When they came back on, the interior was different. The plastic seats were covered in a fine layer of green moss. The advertisements above the windows were gone, replaced by rows of jars, thousands of them, bolted to the ceiling, each one filled with a flickering, pale light. I wasn't on a bus anymore. I was inside a lung, a great mechanical lung that was breathing the city in and exhaling the valley. "You can't have it all," I whispered, gripping the seat in front of me. "There has to be a shore. There has to be a limit." A voice answered from the seat directly behind me. It was a soft, melodic hum, the same lullaby I had heard outside the ambulance. "Why?" I turned around. Sitting there was the girl from the fountain. She looked older now, her hair long and tangled with water lilies, her skin the color of a moonlit pond. She held a jar in her lap. It was empty. "The world is so loud, Marcus," she said. She reached out and touched the wound on my arm. Her touch was like ice, but the bleeding stopped instantly. The word I had carved turned into a silver scar. Everyone is screaming. Everyone is holding on to things that are already gone. We just provide the silence. We just give them a place to put the weight down. "You steal them," I spat. "You take their names and leave them as husks." "A name is just a cage," she replied. She held up the empty jar. "Do you know whose name this is for?" I stared at the glass. I could see my own face reflected in it, but it was distorted, older, my eyes filled with the same silver static I had seen in the others. "It's for the man who remembers," she said, "the one who thinks he can stand on the shore and watch the tide without getting his feet wet. The lake doesn't want your death, Marcus. It wants your witness. It wants the one who knows the stories to stay and tell them to the dark." The bus screeched to a halt. The doors opened again, but there was no street outside. There was only the pier, the same pier where I had been rescued. The same rusted boat was tied to the pilings, but it wasn't the police boat. It was the Elas. "End of the line," the driver said. I stood up, my legs feeling like lead. I didn't want to get off. I wanted to stay in the heat of the engine, even if the engine was made of ghosts. But the floor of the bus was tilting, pushing me toward the exit. The water was rising through the floorboards, cold and insistent, swirling around my ankles. I stepped out onto the pier. The rain had stopped, but the air was so thick with moisture that it felt like walking through a cloud. The city was still there, but it was silent. No sirens, no horns, just the sound of water dripping from the eaves of the buildings. I walked to the edge of the dock. The water was perfectly still, a black mirror reflecting a sky filled with stars that weren't stars. They were the lights of the jars, millions of them, suspended in the atmosphere. I looked down at the Elas. A figure was standing on the deck. It was the man in the shadow suit. He wasn't holding a ledger anymore. He was holding a lantern. "The tide is in," he said. His voice was a rasp, like sand on stone. "The city has been recorded. Every grief, every secret, every unsaid goodbye. It's all in the archive now." "What about the people?" I asked. My voice sounded small in the vast silence. "What happens to the ones who are still breathing?" The man gestured toward the skyline. I looked and my breath caught. The buildings weren't empty. In every window a figure stood. They weren't moving. They were just staring out at the water, their eyes glowing with that soft, silver light. They were still there, but they were gone. They were part of the collection now, living statues in a museum of the drowned. "They are safe," the man said. "They will never grow old. They will never lose anything ever again, because they have already lost everything." He held out a hand toward me. Come, Marcus, the ledger needs a final entry, the story of the man who tried to run. I looked at my hands. The scars were glowing brightly now, a map of my failures. I looked at the city, the beautiful, messy, dying city. I thought of the smell of the diner, the sound of the ambulance, the heat of the sun on the bridge. No, I said. The man tilted his head. No. I'm not a witness, I said, and the words felt like fire in my throat. I'm a leak. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the piece of glass. I didn't look at my arm this time. I looked at the man in the suit. You told me the water is patient, I said, but fire is fast. I turned and ran, not away from the water, but toward the heart of the city. I knew where I was going. I remembered the smell of the laundromat. I remembered the bleach. The city had a nervous system, a network of pipes, sewers, and reservoirs. The lake had used them to infect the world. I was going to use them to poison the lake. I reached the municipal water treatment plant at the edge of the district. It was a fortress of concrete and steel, silent under the silver sky. I broke a window and climbed inside. The air smelled of chlorine, a sharp chemical sting that made my eyes water. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever smelled. I found the main control room. The monitors were flickering with the same purple interference Miller had mentioned. I ignored them. I went to the manual override valves for the chemical storage tanks. The lake was a memory, and memory is a stain. I gripped the wheel of the primary chlorine tank. It was rusted, cold, and stubborn. I heaved against it, my muscles screaming. Marcus, a voice whispered from the shadows of the catwalks. It was Claire. She was standing by the vats of filtered water, her dress dry, her eyes clear. Don't do this. If you bleach the memory, you bleach us too. We'll be nothing, just white noise. You're already nothing, Claire, I sobbed, my hands slipping on the iron wheel. You're a ghost in a jar. You're a hook in my heart. I have to let you go. Please, she said, stepping closer. She reached out, and for a second she looked real. She looked like the girl I had loved before the valley, before the truck, before the names. Just stay with us. It's so quiet in the deep. I closed my eyes. I didn't look at her. I thought of the dry, dusty air of the living. I thought of the heat of friction. I screamed and threw my entire weight into the wheel. With a groan of protesting metal, the valve gave way. I heard the roar of the chemicals rushing into the main lines, thousands of gallons of concentrated bleach pouring into the city's veins. I didn't stop there. I moved to the next tank and the next. Fluoride lye, every caustic, cleaning agent in the plant. I opened them all. The effect was instantaneous. Outside, the silver sky began to boil. The silent figures in the windows began to scream, not with voices, but with a sound like steam escaping a radiator. The purple light in the puddles turned a violent, sickly white. The water began to retreat. It didn't flow back to the river. It evaporated, turning into a thick, stinging fog that smelled of laundry and salt. I fell to my knees, gasping for air. The reflection of Claire in the vats was dissolving, her form breaking apart into bubbles and foam. I'm sorry, I whispered. The plant began to shake. The lake was fighting back. The pipes beneath the floor were bursting, spraying freezing black water into the room. But as soon as the water hit the floor, it encountered the bleach. It hissed and shriveled, turning into a harmless gray sludge. I crawled toward the exit, my vision blurring. The world was turning white. The shadows were being burned away by a chemical sun. I reached the door and tumbled out into the alley. The fog was so thick I couldn't see my own hands. I lay there on the wet concrete, listening to the sound of the city dying or waking up. The screaming stopped. The humming stopped. The rain began again, but it was different now. It was a normal rain. It tasted of smog and ozone. It didn't whisper, it just fell. I stayed there for a long time until the sun began to rise. It wasn't a silver sun. It was a bright, angry orange, cutting through the chemical haze. I stood up, my body aching, my clothes ruined. I looked at the city. People were starting to emerge from the buildings. They looked confused, rubbing their eyes, wandering onto their balconies. They looked like people waking up from a long, feverish dream. They didn't remember the water. They didn't remember the names. I looked at my arm. The scar that said dry was gone. The skin was smooth, unblemished, as if I had never touched the glass. I reached into my pocket. The shard was gone. The paper was gone. I walked out of the alley and onto the main street. A bus was idling at the corner. It was a normal bus. The driver was a middle-aged woman with a thermos of coffee. I stepped onto the bus. "Where to, honey?" she asked, her voice a wonderful, mundane rasp. I looked at the destination sign. It said airport. "As far as this goes," I said. I sat down and watched the city go by. The fountains were still running, but the water was clear. The gutters were flowing into the drains. The sky was just the sky. I felt a strange sensation in my chest, a lightness. The ledger was gone. The archive was bleached. The lake was just a body of water again, tucked away in a valley that nobody visited. I leaned my head against the window and closed my eyes. For the first time in years, there were no voices, no names, just the hum of the tires on the road. I was Marcus Thorne, or maybe I wasn't, it didn't matter. I was the one who was still writing, and today the page was blank. As the bus crossed the city limits, I saw a small, wet object tangled in the windshield wiper. It was a single black feather. It stayed there for a moment, fluttering in the wind, before it was swept away by the rain. I didn't look back. I didn't listen. I just breathed. The airport was a cathedral of the mundane, a vast expanse of linoleum and fluorescent humming that felt like a sanctuary. I stood in the center of the terminal, my clothes stiff with dried salt and the faint, medicinal tang of chlorine. People swirled around me, businessmen barking into headsets, families wrangling toddlers, travelers slumped over suitcases, and for the first time in my life, I loved them for their noise. They were loud, distracted, and beautifully shallow. They weren't listening to the deep. They were complaining about flight delays and the price of bottled water. I walked to the departures board. The flickering yellow text was a poem of elsewhere. London, Tokyo, Seattle, Phoenix. I didn't care about the destination, only the distance. I needed to be somewhere where the air was thin and the ground was parched, somewhere where the very idea of a lake felt like a myth. I reached the ticket counter. The agent was a young man with a name tag that read Kevin. He looked bored. It was the most comforting expression I had ever seen. "One way," I said. My voice was raspy, a ghost of the scream I'd left behind at the treatment plant. The next flight to anywhere in the desert. Kevin tapped at his keyboard. The sound of the keys was sharp and rhythmic, a percussion of the living world. "We have a flight to Las Vegas leaving in 40 minutes, gate C12. "I'll take it." I handed him a credit card I hadn't used in months. I expected it to be declined, expected the archive to have reached into my bank account and turned my assets into silt. but the machine chimed a cheerful green. The transaction was approved. The lake had been purged, or at least, its grip on the digital architecture of my life had slipped. As I walked toward security, I passed a row of gift shops. In the window of one, a small television was playing the local news. The sound was muted, but the scrolling ticker caught my eye. Unexplained system failure AT municipal water plant. Trace amounts of cleaning agents in city supply. Officials advise flushing pipes. No injuries reported. Beneath the headline was a shot of the skyline. The silver haze was gone, replaced by the harsh, honest glare of a Monday morning. The buildings didn't look like weeping eyes anymore. They just looked like concrete. I waited for the camera to pan toward the river, toward the pier where the Elas had waited, but the feed cut to a commercial for insurance. I moved through the metal detector. I half expected the machine to wail, to detect the microscopic traces of the valley still lodged in my marrow, but I passed through in silence. I was a man of no consequence again, a ghost who had climbed back into his skin. At gate C12, I sat by the window and watched the planes taxiing on the tarmac. The heat shimmer rising from the asphalt was a beautiful distortion, a reminder that the world could warp without drowning. I reached into my pocket, a phantom habit of checking for the ledger, but my fingers found only a stray thread.
Is this site taken?
I flinched. The voice was soft, but it didn't have the melodic pull of the fountain girl. I looked up. It was an elderly woman carrying a quilted tote bag. She looked grandmotherly, her face a map of wrinkles that had nothing to do with water damage. "No," I said, sliding my bag over. "Please." She sat down with a sigh, patting her chest. Oh, these terminals. They make you walk a mile just to sit in a plastic chair, don't they? I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. I was terrified that if I engaged too much, I'd start to hear the static in her voice. I waited for her to tell me she heard her name. I waited for her eyes to turn silver. Instead, she pulled a ball of yarn and a pair of knitting needles from her bag. "I'm going to see my grandson in Henderson," she chatted, her needles clicking a steady, domestic rhythm. "He's just started kindergarten. They say the desert is good for his asthma. All that dry air, you know." "Dry air," I repeated. The words felt like a prayer. "Yes, it's very good for you." "Are you headed home, dear? You look like you've been through the wars." I looked at my reflection in the reinforced glass of the gate window. My hair was matted, my skin pale, but the shadows under my eyes were just shadows. There was no silk there. "I'm going to find a home," I said, "somewhere with a lot of sand." She chuckled. "Well, you've picked the right flight. Just watch out for the slot machines. They'll take more than your money if you let them." I smiled, a real, aching movement of my facial muscles. I think I've already paid my debts. The boarding call came, a mechanical voice over the intercom that lacked any hidden meaning. I stood up, feeling the weight of my own body, the glorious gravity of being alive. I followed the line of passengers down the jet bridge. The air inside the tunnel was recycled and stale, smelling of jet fuel and upholstery. It was perfect. I found my seat, 14A, a window over the wing. I buckled the belt tight, pulling the strap until it bit into my waist. I wanted to be tethered. As the plane pushed back from the gate, I looked out at the city one last time. From this height, the geography began to assert itself. I could see the grid of the streets, the veins of the highway, and there, to the north, the dark, jagged smudge of the valley. The lake was visible now, a tiny, obsidian eye tucked into the folds of the earth. From 30,000 feet, it looked insignificant. It looked like a puddle left behind by a receding tide. but I knew better. I knew that even now the bleach was diluting. The chlorine would eventually evaporate or be absorbed by the soil. The chemicals were a temporary poison, a fever dream for a creature made of memory. The lake would wait. It would filter the toxins through the silt. It would settle back into the deep places, patient and cold. It would wait for the next man with a heavy heart to walk too close to the shore. It would wait for the names to start whispering again. But it wouldn't have minds. The engines roared, a deafening physical force that vibrated through the floorboards. The plane accelerated, the world outside blurring into streaks of gray and green. Then, with a sudden, sickening lurch of grace, the nose lifted. The ground fell away. The city shrank, turning into a model kit, then a map, then a memory. We climbed through the clouds, real clouds, white and puffy, and filled with nothing but evaporated water. I leaned my head against the cool plastic of the window frame. The hum of the engines was a wall of sound, a barrier between me and the silence of the archive. I felt my eyes growing heavy. I hadn't slept in what felt like lifetimes. Just as I began to drift off, I felt a faint, prickling sensation on the palm of my hand. I opened my eyes and looked down. My hand was empty, the skin was clear, but for a split second I thought I saw a faint, shimmering line of moisture tracing the lifeline of my palm. I rubbed it against my jeans, heart hammering. When I looked again, it was gone, just a trick of the light, just a remnant of the fear. I forced myself to look away from my hand and back out at the horizon. The sun was hitting the tops of the clouds, turning the world into an endless field of gold. It was a landscape of light, a place where shadows couldn't take root. I reached into the seatback pocket and pulled out the airline magazine. I didn't read the articles. I turned to the very back, where there were several blank pages for notes. I took a pen from my pocket, a cheap, plastic ballpoint I'd swiped from the ticket counter. I didn't write about the ledger. I didn't write about the girl or the man in the shadow suit. I wrote, the sun is hot, the air is dry, I am breathing. I stared at the words until the ink was dry. Then I ripped the page out, folded it into a small, sharp square, and tucked it into my shoe, right against my heel. A physical reminder, a grain of sand in the machinery of the ghost world. The flight attendant came by with a cart. Something to drink, sir. Water, I started to say, then stopped. A cold shiver raced down my spine. I looked at the clear plastic cups, the way the liquid sloshed inside them, reflecting the overhead lights. Tomato juice, I said instead. No ice. She handed me the cup. The liquid was thick, red, and opaque. It looked like the blood I'd spilled on the bus. It looked like life. I drank it down in one gulp, the salt and the acid stinging my throat. I sat back and watched the wing cut through the sky. We were heading west, chasing the sun, moving toward a land where the water was hidden deep underground, locked away in stones and cacti. I thought of Miller back in the hospital. I hoped he was waking up. I hoped the bleach had reached the pipes in his ward, that the silver static in his eyes had cleared, leaving him with nothing but a headache and a vague sense of relief. I hoped the woman from the bus had found her way back to the sidewalk, her grocery bag heavy with mundane things like bread and milk. But mostly, I tried not to think at all. I closed my eyes and let the vibration of the plane become my heartbeat. I was a leak in their system, a flaw in the archive. As long as I kept moving, as long as I stayed in the sun, I was a story they couldn't finish. Somewhere below us, the valley remained. The trees would still bow toward the center. The jars would still flicker in the dark, submerged halls of the archive. The man in the shadow suit would still be pacing the deck of the obelisk, waiting for the tide to turn. But for now, the world was loud, the world was messy, and I was part of the noise. I fell asleep then, a deep, dreamless sleep that tasted of nothing but recycled air. I didn't dream of the water. I didn't dream of the names. I dreamt of a desert I had never seen, where the wind whistled through the canyons, and the only thing that called my name was the heat. When I woke up, the pilot was announcing our descent. I looked out the window and saw the red earth of Nevada rising to meet us. It was a jagged, unforgiving landscape, beautiful in its hostility. The plane touched down with a jar, the tires screaming as they gripped the runway. The braking force pushed me forward into my seatbelt, a violent reminder of physics. I unbuckled and stood up with the rest of the passengers. We shuffled down the aisle, a slow, shuffling line of the living. I stepped out of the plane and into the jet bridge, and then, finally, into the terminal. The heat hit me before I even reached the exit. It was a wall of dry, searing air that poured through the automatic doors. It smelled of dust, exhaust, and baked pavement. I walked out onto the sidewalk and stood in the sun. I closed my eyes and let the heat soak into my skin, through my clothes, into my very bones. I stayed there until I felt the sweat start to prickle on my forehead. I looked at my arm one last time. The silver scar was gone, but in its place, the sun was turning my skin a dull, healthy red. I turned my back on the terminal and started to walk. I didn't have a plan. I didn't have a destination. I just had the road, the heat, and the silence in my head. Behind me, the city I had left was 1,000 miles away, drowned in its own history. But here, the ground was solid. Here, the names were just sounds in the wind. I took a breath. It was hot, it was dusty, and it was mine. I kept walking. The heat of the Mojave was not a gentle thing. It was a physical weight, a kiln that baked the moisture out of the air before it could even reach my lungs. I walked along the perimeter of the airport, the shimmering asphalt of the taxiways vibrating against the soles of my shoes. Every step was a conscious rejection of the damp, cool shadows of the valley. I sought out the glare. I stared at the sun until my retinas burned with white spots, preferring the physical sting of the light to the silver-blue glow of the water memory. I found a diner a mile from the terminal, a squat building of chrome and sun-bleached plastic called the Gilded Cactus. Inside, the air conditioning was struggling, humming a low, mechanical tune that lacked any cadence of the deep. I sat at the counter and ordered black coffee and a plate of dry toast. "You're not from around here, are you?" the waitress asked. She was a woman of indeterminate age, her skin leathery and dark from decades of exposure. She had a turquoise ring on every finger and a voice that sounded like gravel shifting in a pan. "Just passing through," I said. I picked up the toast. It was rough, scratching the roof of my mouth. It was perfect. "You look like you've been wrung out and hung to dry," she remarked, pouring the coffee. "Better drink plenty of water. The desert doesn't forgive a man who forgets to hydrate." I looked at the glass of water she set down beside the coffee. It was clear, topped with ice cubes that clinked against the rim. I felt a momentary surge of nausea, a phantom ripple in the back of my throat. I pushed the glass away, sliding it toward the empty stool next to me. "I'll stick to the coffee," I said. She shrugged, unfazed. "Suit yourself. But out here, the sun is the only god that matters, and he demands a sacrifice of sweat." I stayed in the diner for 2 hours, watching the dust motes dance in the shafts of light. I was waiting for something, a sign, a whisper, a sudden silvering of the edges of the room, but the world remained stubbornly, gloriously material. The salt shaker was just a salt shaker. The grease on the griddle was just grease. The archive felt like a story I had read in a fever, a book I had finally closed and returned to a shelf in a library that had burned down. When I left the diner, I started walking again. I didn't have a destination, but my body seemed to know where it didn't want to be. It steered me away from the lushly landscaped resorts of the Strip, away from the fountains and the artificial lagoons where the tourists gathered. I headed toward the outskirts, where the pavement gave way to scrub brush and the houses were spaced far apart, huddled against the base of the Red Rock Mountains. The sun began to dip, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and burnt orange. It wasn't the sickly violet of the treatment plant, it was the color of fire. As the shadows lengthened, I felt the old familiar dread begin to coil in my stomach. Night was when the lake was strongest. Night was when the names usually started. I found a cheap motel on the edge of the desert, a place called the Sands. The neon sign flickered, vacancy, with a sharp electric pop. I paid cash for a room at the back, furthest from the road. The room smelled of stale cigarettes and industrial carpet cleaner. I didn't turn on the lights. I sat on the edge of the bed and listened. The silence was absolute. There was no humming, no dripping, no sound of a silver sky boiling. I lay back on the polyester bedspread and closed my eyes. For the first time in years, I didn't try to remember Claire's face. I realized with a jolt of both guilt and relief that I couldn't quite see her anymore. The bleach hadn't just destroyed the archive's records, it had scrubbed the stains from my own mind. I remembered that she existed. I remembered that I loved her, but the visceral, haunting presence of her, the way her reflection used to move independently in the bathroom mirror, was gone. I slept fitfully, waking every hour to check the corners of the ceiling for dampness. Each time, I found only dry plaster. By the third day, the silence in my head began to feel less like a sanctuary and more like a void. I had spent so long being hunted, so long being a vessel for the lake's bookkeeping, that I didn't know how to be a person without a ghost. I wandered the streets of the small desert town, my pockets empty, my past a blur of chemical fog. I stopped at a small park where a single, stunted palm tree stood over a dry fountain. A man was sitting on a bench, throwing pebbles at a lizard. He looked up as I approached. He was old, his eyes clouded with cataracts, but he smiled with a mouth full of yellow teeth. "Hot enough for you?" he asked. "It's fine," I said, sitting on the opposite end of the bench. "You got that look," he said, squinting at me, the look of a man who's looking for something he hopes he doesn't find. "I'm not looking for anything," I replied. "I'm just staying out of the rain." He laughed, a dry, wheezing sound. "Rain, son, it hasn't rained here in 6 months. The clouds come over the mountains, they see what's waiting for them, and they turn right back around. This is where the sky comes to die." I looked up at the blue expanse. It was hard and flat, like a sheet of metal. Good, I like it that way. "Most people do until they realize they can't wash anything away," the old man said. "In the city, the rain cleans the streets. Out here, the dust just piles up. You keep your secrets in the desert. They don't drown. They just get mummified." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. I stood up, nodding to him, and started walking toward the mountains. I needed to see the earth without the water. I needed to stand on a place that had never known a tide. The trail was steep and rocky. the red dust coating my boots until they were the color of the terrain. I climbed until the town was a miniature cluster of lights in the distance, until the air grew thin and cold. I reached a plateau that overlooked the vast, empty basin of the valley floor. It was a sea of sand and stone, a desert that had once been an ocean floor millions of years ago. I sat on a boulder and watched the stars come out. They were sharp and piercing, lacking the blurred, watery edges of the stars back home. They were indifferent. I reached into my shoe and pulled out the folded piece of paper. The ink was slightly smeared from the sweat of my journey, but the words were still legible. The sun is hot. The air is dry. I am breathing. I held the paper in my hand, tempted to tear it up, to let the wind take it. But I realized I wasn't ready to let go of the proof yet. I was still a man in transition. I was a survivor of a war that no one else knew had been fought. As I sat there, a movement in the peripheral of my vision caught my eye. Down in the basin, miles away, something was shimmering. My heart stopped. I stood up, my hands trembling. It was a pale, rhythmic light, pulsing deep within the darkness of the desert floor. It looked like a reflection. It looked like the surface of a lake. "No," I whispered, "not here. It can't be here." I scrambled down from the boulder, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I watched the light, waiting for the silver sky to follow, waiting for the voice of the fountain girl to drift up through the canyons. But as I watched, the light shifted. It didn't ripple, it didn't flow. It was the headlights of a truck, miles away on a dirt road, the beams bouncing off the white salt flats of a dry lake bed. I slumped back against the rock, my forehead resting on my knees. I stayed there for a long time, listening to the thudding of my own heart. The terror was still there, a stowaway in my chest, but it was losing its power. The desert wasn't hiding the lake, it was showing me the lake's skeleton. It was showing me what happens when the memory finally evaporates. I stayed on the mountain until dawn. When the sun broke over the horizon, it didn't find a man hiding from the shadows. It found a man who was tired of running. I walked back down to the town, my legs heavy but my mind clear. I went to the post office and bought a postcard. It showed a picture of a sun-bleached skull in the sand with the words "Greetings from the dry heat" in gaudy yellow letters. I took the pen from my pocket and turned the card over. I didn't have an address to send it to. Everyone I knew was either dead, drowned, or bleached of my existence. I wrote a single name on the back, Marcusthorne. I didn't write a message. I didn't need to. I just wanted to see the name in the light, written in permanent ink, on a piece of cardboard that would never touch the water. I dropped the card into the blue collection box and walked away. I spent the next few weeks working odd jobs. I washed dishes in a grease-strapped diner. I helped a mechanic haul rusted engines across a dirt lot. I spent 3 days painting a fence white under the unrelenting glare of the noon sun. I wanted the physical labor. I wanted the exhaustion. I wanted to be so tired that when I closed my eyes, I didn't see anything at all. I moved from the sands to a small trailer on the edge of a dry wash. It was a metal box that hummed in the wind, but it was mine. I filled it with things that didn't hold reflections. I covered the small mirror in the bathroom with a towel. I kept the windows dusty. One evening, as I was sitting on the steps of the trailer drinking a lukewarm soda, a car pulled up the dirt track. It was a dusty black sedan, the kind that looked like it belonged to a government agency or a funeral home. A man got out. He was wearing a suit despite the 100-degree heat. He didn't look like the man in the shadow suit. He looked like a bureaucrat. He was carrying a briefcase and a manila folder. "Marcus Thorne?" he asked, squinting against the sunset. I didn't stand up. I felt the old prickle of the archive at the base of my neck. "Who's asking?" "My name is Henderson. I'm with the Municipal Claims Department from back east." He gestured vaguely toward the horizon. "We've been trying to track down some of the residents who were affected by the incident at the water plant." I took a slow sip of my soda. "I don't know what you're talking about." Henderson sighed, mopping his brow with a silk handkerchief. "Look, Mr. Thorne, we know you were there. We found your car in the alley. We found your fingerprints on the intake valves. The city is facing a lot of litigation, but they're also looking to settle quietly with the primary actors." "Well, I'm not an actor," I said. "I'm a ghost." He laughed, a short, nervous sound. "Well, you're a ghost with a very large check waiting for him. The city is calling it environmental trauma. They want you to sign a non-disclosure agreement. In exchange, you'll never have to work another day in your life." He opened the folder and held out a piece of paper. It was a legal document, dense with fine print, but at the bottom there was a space for a signature. I looked at the paper. I looked at the pen he was holding out. "What happened to the others?" I asked. "The people in the hospital, the people in the houses." Henderson's expression shifted. For a second, his eyes seemed to lose their focus, turning a dull, flat gray. "Most of them don't remember a thing. A few of them, well, they moved on, like you did. The city is back to normal. The water is tested every hour. It's perfectly safe."
"Safe," I repeated.
"Cleanest water in the country," he said, and for a moment his voice had a strange, melodic lilt to it, just a hint of a hum. I stood up. I took the folder from his hand. I didn't look at the check. I looked at the name at the top of the page. "Ari, the Archive v. Thorne." The word was there, hidden in the legal jargon. They weren't calling it a water plant. They were calling it the archive. I looked at Henderson. The sun was setting behind him, casting a long, dark shadow that stretched across the dirt toward my feet. The shadow didn't look like a man. It looked like a puddle. "I don't want your money," I said. "Mr. Thorne, be reasonable. This is a life-changing amount of—" "I've already had my life changed," I interrupted. I gripped the folder in both hands and tore it down the middle. I tore it again and again until the air was filled with white confetti. Henderson backed away, his face pale. "You're making a mistake. You can't outrun a debt like this. The ledger has to balance." "The ledger is bleached," I said, stepping toward him. "The ink is gone. Go back to your river. Tell the man on the boat that I'm not on the manifest anymore." Henderson didn't argue. He scrambled back into his car, the tires kicking up a cloud of red dust as he sped away. I stood in the road, watching the dust settle. My heart was pounding, but it wasn't the frantic beat of a prey animal. It was the steady rhythm of a man who had finally found his ground. I walked back to my trailer and went inside. I walked to the bathroom and pulled the towel off the mirror. I stood there for a long time, looking at the man in the glass. He was older than he should have been. His face was etched with lines of salt and sun. His eyes were tired, but they were clear. I leaned in close to the glass. I breathed on it, watching the fog of my own breath obscure the image. I waited for the fog to turn into a face I knew. I waited for the moisture to start spelling out names. The fog just sat there, a simple physical reaction to the heat of my body. Then, slowly, it began to fade. I took a deep breath and let it out. I wasn't a name in a ledger. I wasn't a reflection in a vat. I was Marcus Thorne, and I was thirsty. I walked to the kitchen and turned on the tap. The pipes groaned, a dry, hollow sound. A few drops of rusty water sputtered out, followed by a steady, lukewarm stream. I filled a glass. I held it up to the light. It was clear. It was mundane. It was just water. I took a sip. It tasted of minerals and old metal. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever tasted. I sat at my small table and looked out the window at the desert. The stars were coming out again, millions of indifferent lights in the dark. I realized then that the lake hadn't called my name because it wanted me. It had called my name because it was a mirror, and I had been looking for a reason to drown. I had been holding onto the names because I was afraid of the silence. But the silence wasn't the enemy. The silence was the blank page. I picked up the pen I had taken from the airport and found a scrap of cardboard from a cereal box. I didn't write about the past. I didn't write about the water. I wrote tomorrow I think I'll buy some seeds, maybe some cacti, something that knows how to live on nothing but the sun. I set the pen down and watched the ink dry. Outside, the wind picked up, whistling through the dry wash, carrying the scent of dust and distance. It was a lonely sound, but it was a real one. I closed my eyes and listened to the wind. For the first time, I didn't hear a voice. I didn't hear a name. I just heard the world. The desert night did not just fall. It settled like a physical weight, pressing the residual heat of the day into the floor of the valley. In the silence of my trailer, the refrigerator kicked on with a shuddering rattle that made me jump, a sudden mechanical intrusion that felt violent in its normalcy. I sat at the small laminate table, the scrap of cereal box flickering under the yellow light of a single bulb. I was waiting for the catch. That was the habit of a man who had spent his life looking into the deep. You always expect the surface to break. You always expect the hand to reach out from the silver and pull you back under. Henderson's visit had been a tremor, a warning that the archive had long fingers, but as the hours crawled toward midnight, the anticipated haunting failed to materialize. There were no wet footprints on the linoleum. There was no rhythmic thumping of a heart that wasn't mine. I stood up and walked to the door, pushing open the screen to let in the air. It was bone dry, smelling of creosote and cooling stone. A mile away, the highway was a faint ribbon of humming tires, a reminder that the world was still moving, still consuming, still forgetting. I looked down at my hands. They were cracked at the knuckles, stained with the red grit of the local earth. I liked the way the dirt looked under my fingernails. It was honest. It didn't shift or shimmer. The next morning, I didn't wait for the sun to become a furnace. I walked into town before the heat could peak, my shadow stretching out long and thin before me. I bypassed the diner and the post office, heading instead to a small, weathered storefront with a hand-painted sign that simply read hardware and feed. The interior was a labyrinth of galvanized buckets, coils of hemp rope, and the sharp, comforting scent of cedar shavings. An old man with a face like a topographical map sat behind the counter, whittling a piece of soft pine. "Need some seeds," I said, my voice sounding rusty even to my own ears. He didn't look up, but he gestured with his knife toward the back of the store. Aisle 4, though you're a bit late in the season for most things, unless you're looking for the tough stuff. "I'm looking for the tough stuff," I replied. I found them near the bottom shelf, small paper packets with faded illustrations of prickly pears, saguaros, and agave. I picked up a handful, feeling the tiny, hard bumps of the seeds inside. They felt like pebbles. They felt like secrets that didn't need water to stay alive, only to begin. I also grabbed a heavy trowel and a pair of thick leather gloves. As I laid them on the counter, the old man finally looked up. His eyes were a startling, clear blue, the color of a mountain sky just before a storm. He looked at the seeds, then at me.
You got a place for these? He asked. A patch of dirt by a trailer, I said.
Salt's heavy in the soil around here, he noted, ringing up the total on an ancient cash register that dinged with a sharp, metallic finality. You'll have to dig deep, get past the crust. If you just scratch the surface, the first wind will take 'em, and the sun'll bake the rest.
I'm used to digging, I said.
I walked back to the wash, the paper bags crinkling in my grip. The heat was beginning to shimmer off the blacktop, creating those false pools of water that travelers call mirages. Usually they would have sent a spike of adrenaline through my marrow, but today I just watched them with a clinical detachment. They were optics, physics, a trick of the light, not a trick of the soul. When I reached the trailer, I didn't go inside. I went to the side where the wind had piled up a drift of fine, silty sand against the metal skirting. I knelt down, the heat of the ground seeping through my jeans, and I began to dig. The crust was hard, a sun-baked armor that resisted the trowel. I hammered at it, the vibrations traveling up my arm and into my shoulder. It felt good. It was a struggle against something tangible, something that didn't change its shape when I touched it. I dug until I was drenched in sweat, until my breath was a hot rasp in my throat. About a foot down, the soil changed. It became darker, cooler, packed with the compressed history of the valley. I cleared a space about 3 feet square, a little sanctuary in the middle of the wasteland. I tore open the first packet, Desert Marigold, and let the seeds fall into the palm of my hand. They were so small, so insignificant. I remembered the archive's vastness, the endless shelves, the vats of silver memory, the way a single name could fill a room with the weight of 1,000 lives. Compared to that, these seeds were nothing, but they were heavy with a different kind of potential. They weren't holding onto what had happened. They were waiting for what was next. I buried them, smoothing the earth over with my bare hands. I didn't water them yet. I wanted them to sit in the dark for a while. I wanted them to get used to the heat. As I stood up to wipe the sweat from my brow, I saw a flash of chrome at the end of the dirt track. My heart gave a singular, heavy thud. I expected the black sedan. I expected Henderson or someone worse, someone with a clipboard and a way of speaking that sounded like a funeral dirge. But it wasn't a sedan. It was an old, beat-up pickup truck, the blue paint oxidized into a powdery teal. It pulled up to the trailer, and a woman climbed out. She was wearing work boots and a faded flannel shirt with the sleeves cut off. She looked like she belonged to the desert in the way the rocks did, worn down but permanent. "You the one who took over Miller's old tin can?" she asked, nodding toward the trailer. "I live here, yeah," I said, leaning on the trowel. She walked over, squinting at the patch of disturbed earth. Planting, in this heat, you're either an optimist or a fool, and there aren't many optimists left in this zip code. "Maybe a bit of both," I said. "I'm Marcus." "Sarah," she said, sticking out a hand. Her grip was like a vice, calloused and warm. "I run the ranch 3 miles up the wash. Saw your light last night. Thought I'd come by and tell you to watch out for the flash floods. The clouds are building over the range. When it comes fast, and this wash is the first place the water looks for." I looked toward the mountains. She was right. A bank of heavy, charcoal-colored clouds was crowning the peaks, their bellies swollen and dark. Water, I whispered. The word felt different now. It didn't feel like a threat, it felt like a consequence. Don't look so worried, she laughed, misinterpreting my expression. It won't wash the trailer away, but it'll turn this dirt into a soup for an hour or two. If you've got anything you don't want wet, get it off the ground. Thanks for the warning, I said. She lingered for a moment, her eyes searching my face. There was a look people gave me sometimes, a look that said they could see the shadows behind my eyes, the ghosts I tried to bury. But Sarah just shrugged and headed back to her truck. If you survive the mud, come by the ranch, she shouted over the engine. I've got more squash than I know what to do with. Trade you for some of whatever it is you're trying to grow there. I watched her drive away, the dust hanging in the air like a golden curtain. I went inside and looked at the towel-covered mirror. I thought about taking it down, but I decided against it. Not because I was afraid, but because I didn't need the validation of my own reflection anymore. I knew I was there. I could feel the ache in my muscles and the burn of the sun on my neck. That was enough. The storm hit 2 hours later. It started with a change in the light, the golden afternoon turning into a bruised, sickly green. Then came the wind, a sudden, violent gust that rattled the trailer's aluminum skin until it screamed. I stood by the small window, watching the desert transform. The first drops were huge, splattering against the glass like silver coins. They didn't sound like the humming of the lake. They sounded like a drum, a chaotic, beautiful percussion. Then the sky simply opened. It wasn't a rain, it was a deluge. Within minutes, the dry wash began to gurgle. The parched earth, unable to drink fast enough, began to reject the gift. A thin sheet of water began to move across the flats, carrying twigs, pebbles, and the accumulated dust of a decade. I stepped out onto the small metal porch. The air was thick with the smell of wet earth, that sharp, pungent scent of petrichor that feels like the world is being reborn. I watched the water rush past the base of the trailer. It was brown and turbulent, filled with the debris of the desert. It wasn't the silver, still water of the archive. It wasn't a record. It was a force. It didn't want to remember anything. It just wanted to move. It wanted to carve new paths through the sand, to wash away the old outlines and create something different. I looked down at my little garden. The patch of dirt was submerged, a small whirlpool forming where I had dug the deepest. I felt a momentary pang of loss. The seeds would be scattered, buried under layers of silt, or carried away to some distant corner of the valley. But then I realized that was the point. The archive was about preservation. It was about holding onto every scrap of grief, every whispered name, every reflection of a life